Getting all my shoes out of my where I hide shoes. These was me a while. Yeah. Uh-oh. You took the beat. You know? Like, Ted, no, no. Hey, where's your fucking? You didn't want to be outside for it. You ran back down the stairs. We gotta play in here, but we're not gonna go. Ah! Are you okay? No. Oh, a sound. A sound. Oh, oh my God. The sound. Oh my God. What a baby. It's crazy that baby that needs someone nursed for sounds is violently attacking moments before needing emergency aid. Only they should treat the ice cold heal so they know to resist attacks and expect licks and hugs simultaneously. I know I'm sorry that I'm actually moving around. Can we work on our separate projects that are good? That's too scary. That sound is so scary, huh? What if you work on all your bows that you've yet to look at how many bows that you have just hanging on? There's a project for you. Good girl. Hi, Gilly. Hi, Gilly. Oh, that's no. No. Oh, there you go. No. Hippie. Hippie. Come here. Good girl. Good girl. Thank you. Uh-oh. Oh, just, oh, oh God, but what is that? I'm scared of them so. Part of the tennis ball skin that she ripped off. I didn't hear what? They couldn't get into McDonald's.
I simply say that it puts Minnesota in a very difficult position because if such a person were held beyond a period of time when the state court has the authority to hold them, then the state court is exposing itself to liability. So ICE just has to show up and do its job.
That's the fundamental question here. And that's the fundamental argument they keep making. We cooperate. We don't do their job. You saw it this week with rural conservative Cottonwood County. Sheriff had someone, told them this person's time is gone. We can just hold them indefinitely. It's against the law. So we're going to release this guy, come and get him. They're too busy up here doing what they did yesterday to go pick up someone who actually should be removed from this country. And I don't know how many times they try and confuse the people across this country. It's their job to do immigration and customs enforcement. It's law enforcement's job to do law enforcement in Minnesota. They are not doing immigration enforcement, saying we should be doing that, while they're apparently now trying to do extrajudicial law enforcement on our streets. So this is a red herring. It's untrue. The Attorney General of the United States put falsehoods into a letter she sends to me that we are doing what's asked of us, but we're not going to do your job for you. We have other things we need to do.
Attorney General, how concerned are you that actually evidence is incredibly
Right.
that you might not get access to his camera footage, and that you might not get to the bottom of whether he was carrying an ID or not?
I am deeply concerned about the preservation of evidence, which is why we went to court last night. But I have faith in Judge Thompson's order that it will be followed, and I can tell you that Minnesota officials are going to do everything we can to get to the truth. And again, as a prosecutor, I am not allowed to say what the final outcome is going to be. We have to get the evidence and find out. But if you're asking me, Tom, if I'm concerned, you better believe I am concerned. But look, they got the order. Now they're going to defy the court if they don't follow it.
As a quick follow, you met with Vice President Max when he was in Maryland Thursday, as I understand.
I did.
Can you tell us about what the tenor of that meeting was? His goal was to turn down the temperature. 2 days later, it was to shoot.
Well, I guess it didn't work, huh? I mean, look, here's the thing, Governor Wallace and I were in Congress together for 12 years before both of us went to go serve in state government. We're used to talking to these folks. Why not see if there's something that can be arrived at? I can tell you that it was a polite meeting. I can also tell you that I walked out of there thinking that we probably weren't going to get anywhere. Because quite honestly, a few hours late, not even hours, a few minutes later, he just got up there and just articulated the same talking points he made to me in the meeting. I tried to correct him. He didn't want to hear that. And so I'm like, well, welcome to Minnesota. Thank you very much. You both and I, both of us have things to do. So see you later. And I left. It was cordial enough, but it was not fruitful. But look, I just think that, and I'm sure the governor agrees, that if you can try to talk to somebody sensibly, we do. But that one didn't get where we had hoped.
Do you know if federal agents who are directly around prior and the time of the shooting are still out on the street in Twin Cities or anywhere else in Minnesota?
Don't know. They don't talk to us. They don't tell us. They don't.
Is there a recourse for them that way, or do you feel that this restraining order is routine requiring the federal government to preserve evidence? Is that recourse?
So there are certain legal strategy decisions that I'm not at liberty to just go on about in a meeting like this one. What I can tell you is that both the warrant and the TRO are evidence of our resolve. And we are going to get to the truth of what happened to Mr. Alex Preddy and to the truth of what happened to Renee Good. And that's what we're pledging. And we're going to use every legal means to do that. So I can't tell you, I'm not at liberty to tell you what you're asking me, but I am here to assure the public and who's listening that we are going to get to the truth of this matter, and we won't be deterred and we won't be denied.
We did see BC agents at the shooting scene this morning. Can you confirm what they were doing there?
Absolutely. The question was about whether or not the BCA agents were on the scene of the shooting this morning, and they were continuing to collect evidence that they've seen. They're also doing some canvassing of the neighborhoods. I don't want to get into any more of the investigative process in this, but at the BCA, we are going to continue to investigate the shooting based on whatever evidence we're able to get, and we appreciate the Attorney General assisting us with the temporary restraining order to make sure that the federal government is retaining evidence that will be available, we would assume, to us at a later time. But the investigation will not pause. We are continuing to work on anything and everything that we possibly can.
I'm just going to close. I'm going to close with one thing that I promised the parents with Michael and Susan. And I speak to all Americans on this over these last 24 hours, what you saw. You're now knowing more about this young man, beloved by his family, accomplished ICU nurse, skillful in ability to work with veterans, someone who's beloved by community, no criminal record, lawful firearms owner. And you know what you saw. And then you heard the most powerful people in the world, certainly in this country, President, Vice President Greg Bovino, and Kristi Noem, narrate to you what you were looking at, that this was a domestic terrorist, crazed, running at law enforcement with the intent to kill massive numbers of them. Sullying his name within minutes of this event happening. And then closing the crime scene, sweeping away the evidence, defying a court order, and not allowing anyone to look at it. I don't care if you are conservative and you are flying a Donald Trump flag, you're a libertarian, don't tread on me, you're a democratic socialist of America. This is an inflection point, America. If we cannot all agree that the smearing of an American citizen and besmirching everything they stood for and asking us not to believe what we saw, I don't know what else to tell you. This has to be the moment. Your government, here in Minnesota, I've made it clear, I'm accountable for things that happen here, and I will take responsibility for that. Someone has to be accountable. Someone has to hold the final decision on this. And sitting behind a keyboard at 2 a.m. and besmirching a VA nurse and a son and a coworker and a friend is despicable beyond all description. This is not, we need to see both sides. This is not, we need to wait for this. This is basic human decency. And at this point in time, I'm just asking, try for a moment to set aside the political side of it and go back and ground in the humanity of this. This family has gone through enough, and to have the most powerful man in the world drag their dead son with absolutely no evidence and gaslight the entire country. This is enough. And I would say, President Trump, you can end this today. Pull these folks back. Do humane, focused, effective immigration control. You've got the support of all of us to do that. Let our law enforcement continue to do what they do, making Minnesota one of the safest states in the country, one of the best places to live. Allow our children to go back to school. We have got children in Minnesota hiding in their houses, afraid to go outside. Many of us grew up reading that story of Anne Frank. Somebody's going to write that children's story about Minnesota. And there's one person who can end this now. And I'll go back to it again. Please show some decency, pull these folks out, reset this situation, and allow us to do the job that the Attorney General, myself, were elected to do, protect the people of Minnesota and carry out the laws of Minnesota. We'll be back with you when we get more information.
That was Governor Tim Walz out of Minnesota, also joined by Attorney General of that state, Keith Ellison, speaking very, very recently on the killing of Alex Preddy, ICU nurse in the VA, killed by ICE agents yesterday. Joining me now is DJ Love, host of View from the Ground on Pacifica affiliate KFAI 90.3 FM in Minneapolis. Welcome, DJ. You've been following ICE's action in Minneapolis. Can you tell us what the situation on the ground is right now?
You know, the situation on the ground currently is we are under attack, and Tim Walz is not helping us. Our mayor has not helped us either. We're seeing that MPDs and the sheriffs are actually helping ICE do these operations. They're arresting people that are following them around and trying to stop them and alert folks and doing the observation. We just had our general strike on Friday, where we had, anywhere from 30 to 50,000 people out. And we saw people also protesting at the Whipple building, and a lot of those folks were arrested by sheriffs, which is the Whipple building being the headquarters that ICE is at a port here. And so we're just seeing a lot that's going on in our community.
How different is what we saw this weekend from the way ICE has treated Minnesotans in recent weeks?
What happened this weekend is not very different than how ICE has been treating us ever since we've been under occupation for the last, 4 months. We're seeing them going around the streets. We're seeing them saying terrible things to our friends and neighbors, grabbing people, grabbing 5-year-old kids. We're also seeing them breaking and entering into houses and taking people in their underwear. We're not seeing them treat anybody with respect. We know that they also killed Renee Good earlier this month. And so, yeah, it's a very scary time to see this, seeing them shooting white people openly in broad daylight in the street. And it's just like, also you got to think about what they're doing to our black and brown neighbors when they get incarcerated, and they're also killing them in there as well. So.
Thank you so much for being here with us today. Can you do me a favor? Tell us, so just so that people can get their bearings who aren't in the area, the Whipple building is where ICE has a detention center. Is that correct? And I also understand that that's the building that the National Guard will be centered near, the National Guard that was called in by Governor Tim Walz.
Yes, the Whipple building historically has been a place that military has used to enact violence on the Dakota people and the Native Americans that were indigenous here when they went to war with them. That is the place that they used as a battleground, as a sacred place, because we are on stolen Dakota land, and it's a sacred place for them. Currently, ICE has been using it as a place to continue violence. That's where a lot of that's where they bring people once they detain them. And yes, like you said, the National Guard also are going to be working out of there as well. From what I've heard, Tim Walz is the one that has activated the National Guard, just like he did in 2020, as a way to help oppress people.
Do me a favor, tell us about how the people of Minneapolis are faring today. Across the country, people are in shock. But I'm assuming that it's even more devastating having this happen right in your place of worship, your place of business, your place where you're walking with your neighbors, etc. Talk about how the community is, just give us a sense of how the community is doing.
The community is not shocked. We knew that stuff like this was going to continue to happen. As long as ICE is in our neighborhood and Border Patrol, we already knew that. And after Renee Good was killed, they're hurting people violently. In Minnesota, we have a lot of organizations going on, so we do a lot of organizing. And it's one of those things where we have a decentralized movement. There isn't one leader. We did see Nikita Levy Armstrong and Chantel Allen, a part of the BLM Minnesota and the Racial Justice Network. They got arrested last Thursday, and now they are currently out. There are people that help do organizing, but it's just one of those things where there's just so many different organizations in Minneapolis, and so when you try to cut one of the heads off, 10 more grow like hydrants. So we just try to make sure that we're staying organized, that we're helping our neighbors. We're still continuing giving our great neighbors, to the brave folks that are willing to leave their houses, but feel like they're in danger. Like a lot of their neighbors are giving them rides, having them jump under blankets while they get them to their job or get them to the grocery store, or get their kids where they need to go. So we're just seeing a lot of community building. It's just a reminder that BLM and ICE House and all of these things, these are institutions, these are movements, and these are movements that don't have any leaders, so they can't just arrest one of us to shut it down. Because as y'all saw during the general strike, when there were 50,000 people out, the city is united on this. And what we're asking the rest of the country to join us. And
yes, and there was
organized.
This is great. There was I understand there is another general strike being proposed for tomorrow. Is that accurate?
And that's the beautiful thing. I have not heard that yet, but I was on the streets all day yesterday, and then I kind of immediately went to sleep. So,
yeah, I'm sure you were tired. Right. Well, I think there's been talk. My understanding from other activists that I've reached out to is there has been talk. I'm not sure if anything is is solidified. It seems like what I would love to, I think the usefulness of a general strike that then bleeds into other cities. I know in New York City, we had a solidarity strike with y'all there. That is the kind of thing that actually works to shut down. When you shut down, when you shut it down, that actually works to get the ears of power. What do you think about this general strike that happened on Friday?
Yeah, I think the general strike is powerful. It was crazy to see how the whole community did shut down for business. I even went on DoorDash to look and like everything was shut down, but like, McDonald's and Wendy's and stuff, like everything else, the community was working together. A lot of businesses were open. Yeah, I think a lot of people around the white liberals around here have been saying that we can't do this and we can't do that because the Insurrection Act. And I personally think, as a black Christian, I think they can point to the Insurrection Act no matter what. And I think a lot of white liberals are using this as a defense to not do as much as they could because they're scared that something is going to happen. But what I'm hearing a lot of those folks that are saying that is like if we, the silent part that they're not saying out loud is if we let them take our friends and our neighbors, then they'll leave us alone. And I think the murder of Alex Penny and Renee Good is showing the exact opposite of that. That ICE doesn't care if you're white or black or Asian or Latino. If you're in the way, they will kill you. And they'll clap about it, they'll laugh about it, they'll go around in the streets, they'll say, you're still protesting. You saw what happened to your friend last week. We saw what happened to our friends and our neighbors, and we're still out here. We're going to keep fighting, and we're going to keep resisting by any means necessary.
We're speaking to DJ Love, host of View from the Ground from KFAI 90.3 FM in Minneapolis, one of our Pacifica sister stations. DJ, for people who aren't right there, what is important for them to understand about the people of Minneapolis and the situation there that's maybe going underreported?
Yeah, I think the thing that's going underreported here in Minneapolis is that people genuinely care about their neighbors, about friends. People, things that are going unreported is the fact that we are well organized before 2020 with the killing of Jamar Clark in around 2015. We had a lot of people do the occupation of the 4th precinct, and that is with the Cuba Levy Armstrong. We wake up and found the racial justice network and the killing of Marcus Golden and Monique, and another person that's been targeted by the Trump administration, and that's sort of BLM of Minnesota. And so we're just seeing a lot of organization that has been built up through the decade. And so this 2020, we got a lot more infrastructure as well, and more organized, and being able to talk to our Palestinian friends on how to deal with tear gas, and then also learning about everything else that's going on, and just getting a lot of tips and tricks from other places in the world that have experienced such intense oppression. So, we definitely have the skills that it takes to keep fighting and keep resisting and enduring this. And we just keep that the rest of the country follows suit and supports us as best as they can, because Minnesota's just going to be the first one. They're coming after all that. And we got to make sure that we stay organized and we stay connected, and we're able to share the lessons that we learned.
Our phone line is open, 212-209-2877. Again, it's 212-209-2877. We're speaking with DJ Love, host of View from the Ground on Pacifica's network station, KFAI 90.3 FM in Minneapolis. DJ, could you talk briefly about the role of the Pacifica network station there in the coverage of what's happening on the ground and the importance of your station to the movement?
I've been at KFAI for 14 years now. I started working with the Grand Diva, Henry Williams, for R&B and Killing Celebration for 10 years. I've had my own show now, going Reach on the Dam Ground for the last 4 years. And, you know, I just really was doing a lot of organizing and bringing a lot out in 2020. And now it's just about bringing my friends that led through the movement and come on. We have like Minnesota Ice Watch that's been giving weekly reports for the last, you know, ever since Ice has been here. Minnesota Ice Watch is one of our premium social media pages that is telling people where ICE is in the community, trying to help us stay organized. We've also, you know, had people like Leslie Armstrong on the show before, and it's just about having that group on the ground, but also at the same time focusing on getting local artists as well, because I think that part is definitely one of my favorite ways of resisting occupation. I think art is very valuable, so supporting our local BIPOC artists is also is part of it.
Thank you so much for being here with us. DJ Love, again, host from our sister station, KFAI 90.3 FM, host of View from the Ground. You've given us literally the view from the ground. So I appreciate that. And honestly, just hearing your voice and the resonance that your voice carries of the peace and solidarity that is happening on the ground there is just so important. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. You're listening to WBAI 99.5 FM. Our phone lines are now open. Feel free to call in. I see we have a caller on the line. I'm going to go there in 1 second. The number is 212-209-2877. Feel free to chime in your thoughts, your air, your thoughts. Let's do it. Caller, you are on the air. Your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Richard out of Brooklyn.
Hi, Richard. Thanks for the call.
Okay, I want to thank you for having that guest. It's actually my question. I was hoping to ask him, but he kind of answered
sorry.
the question. No, it's totally fine. I had no idea about the station before, so I'm looking for good news sources based in Minneapolis. If you know of any, or if any other callers, if you go through the search algorithms, and you get a lot of crap, and I'm getting a lot of right-wing crap, and I'm getting. Anyways,
Well, always look for Pacifica, I suggest. Always look for a Pacifica affiliate there. It's KFAI 90.3 FM.
Great. I never heard of it. I didn't realize it wasn't. So I know, it's bookmark. But yeah, if you know of any other, I'm going to jump up here. If you know of anything else that's on the ground, any kind of community papers, any even, I don't care if it's a blog or anything, but the mainstream Minneapolis paper, both sides of the desk, and it's on the end. But yeah, thanks for doing what you're doing, and any recommendations are definitely welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Our phone lines remain open, 212-209-2877. You're listening to WBAI's Pacifica Labor Radio in New York and New Jersey and Connecticut, live rolling coverage of Winter Storm Fern and ICE's second murder of a protester in Minnesota. I'm glad to be able to have been here with you today. Coming up at the top of the hour, Jenna Flanagan takes over. We have a guest, Beth Loudon is joining us to give us an update on the New York State Nurses Association on the nurses strike, which is ongoing. I'm sure she will have a lot to say, especially with the fact that the person who was killed in Minnesota was an ICU nurse, a highly trained specialist ICU nurse for the Veterans Administration. I've been speaking with the nurses for quite a long time on the program that I host, Frontline Voices on Thursday, and then what's going on Friday morning. We've been, WBAI Network has been carrying that nurses strike and their struggle even before the strike for quite some time. And, nurses face a lot of danger. A nurse that is armed with a legal permit to carry, nurses face constant potential dangers in their line of work. The propaganda coming out of right-wing media is saying that Alex Preddy had a gun and he was brandishing a weapon, but in fact, he was brandishing a cell phone, and the weapon was holstered the entire time that he was being attacked by several ICE agents sprayed in the face with pepper spraying while he was trying to help a woman who had been thrown to the ground by ICE. So this is what's happening in our country. This is what's happening in our country. And the lethal use of force that we're seeing, this unlawful lethal use of force, and then the covering it up and impeding investigation of what actually happened. This is what is happening in our country. I'm happy to have your comments on air. If you want to give them, 212-209-2877 is our open phone line right now. I know you're used to having Campo Latino on right now, but we're having this live coverage, for the next foreseeable amount of hours. I've been here with you since I think noon, and Jenna Flanagan's coming up next. while I'm waiting for you, if you want to call in and say something, I did want to talk about, we're doing a lot of coverage of the storm, and I did want to talk to you about what climate change actually has to do with this storm. So at first, this brutal winter storm, the deep snow, the whiteout conditions, and then the temperatures hovering around 14 degrees, might seem like evidence against climate change because the propaganda has, global warming, et cetera. But climate scientists are saying that the opposite is actually true, that this is exactly the kind of storm we expect in a warming world. That is from Michael Mann, the professor of Earth system science at Penn State. He says that climate change doesn't eliminate winter, it actually amplifies it. The key lies in how warming reshapes the atmosphere. So basically, a wetter sky means heavier snow. So as the planet warms, the atmosphere holds more moisture, about 7% more water vapor for every degree Celsius of warming. That extra moisture doesn't disappear in the winter. When temperatures are cold enough, it falls as snow, and often a lot of snow. Now, I grew up in Syracuse, New York, where this kind of snow happened quite a bit, but not exactly in the same way. The warmer air can hold more moisture, and then when the moisture is released in cold conditions, it comes down as much heavier precipitation. This is from Mann. That's why snowstorms today tend to be more intense than similar storms that we remember decades ago. So in practical terms, the storms are now, they arrive loaded. The storm pulled moisture from the warmer ocean waters and basically carried it into a region primed with cold air, creating this enormous amount of snowfall, these heavy rates, these poor visibility, the dangerous travel conditions that we're all living through right now. The other major factor here, and yes, I do happen to know a lot about this because I am interested in it. And I have covered this a lot. I've covered climate change a lot as I work with WBAI and beyond. But the other major factor is what's happening in the Arctic. So the Arctic is warming. You may have heard earlier, one of our shows had a little alert at the top of the hour about what was going on in the Arctic and why we aren't, the fact that it's an emergency and no one even knows about it. And the Arctic is warming 2 to 4 times faster than the rest of the planet.
Come on in
that
here,
rapid warming weakens the temperature difference between the Arctic and where we are.
20 minutes from
Pippi. The contrast that's the contrast that normally keeps that jet stream stable, which keeps our temperature stable, variable but expectable. So when this contrast weakens, the jet stream gets wavier, big dips, and slower. Is what I got from speaking to Jennifer Francis. She's a senior scientist at the Woodwell Climate Research Center. The waves allow the air to plunge farther south and critically to linger like we're seeing right now, like we are living through right now. That's when you get these prolonged cold snaps, these stalled storms. Instead of moving through quickly, the systems just sit over a region and keep dumping the snow. So this is definitely climate change connected. They never say climate change caused a storm, but they do take a look at the differentiating patterns. Yes, that's what forecasters are seeing now. It's a storm that doesn't just pass through, but it kind of parks itself, then compounding impacts hour by hour. The other thing is that climate change also increases your volatility, which we're seeing. Rather than steady, predictable cold, the scientists are saying that we see these sharp swings, snow turning to sleet, turning to freezing rain, then refreezing after plowing, then rapid drops in temperature. It's terrible for driving. This kind of freeze and thaw chaos is extremely damaging, particularly damaging. It stresses the infrastructure, it increases accident risk, it makes storms so much more disruptive than their snowfall totals would suggest. I mean, growing up in Syracuse, you think 12 inches, no problem. But that is not today's storm. You know, all those years ago is not what we're watching here. Storms like this knock out transit systems for just those reasons, because of the freeze-thaw chaos, right? And that overwhelms emergency services, it strains power grids, even in regions like ours, where we're, more accustomed to winter weather. Most cities were designed for a climate that doesn't exist anymore. Colder winter, sure, but less moisture, more predictable storms, less chaos, fewer compounding extremes, and that's what we're living through right now. The storm is exposing vulnerabilities that have been building up for decades. The systems we rely on weren't designed for this level of intensity and persistence. From frozen rail switches to burst pipes to stalled buses to these breakdowns, they're not random, they're systemic. And they are increasingly common, according to Michael Mann, who I just spoke about a moment ago. Climate scientists are careful to draw a distinction, though. As I said, they say that no single storm can be blamed entirely on climate change, but they encourage us to look at the patterns. Mann says that this storm fits that broader trend. Again, the heavier precipitation, the more extreme cold outbreaks, the slower moving systems. These are all consistent with what climate models have been projecting. The takeaway, okay, scientists say this, isn't that winter is disappearing, it's that winter is becoming more extreme, less predictable, and more dangerous because of those chaotic freeze-thaw cycles. Is this what you're seeing? You can give us a call at 212-209-2877 if you want to chat, if you want to make your voice heard. We're happy to hear it. The bottom line is climate change doesn't make a winter storm, it doesn't make winter storms impossible because the climate is warming. It makes them stronger, wetter, harder to recover from. In a warming world, cold doesn't vanish, it concentrates. And storms like this, as I said at the top of the 4-hour stint here, are no longer outliers. They're really part of the new normal that scientists have been warning us about for years. Right now, we're going to listen to New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill's press conference from yesterday so that our New Jersey listeners can get the details on what's exactly going on in their state when it comes to transportation, roads, etc. That's the last emergency press conference we've heard from New Jersey officials. I'm sure maybe they'll put one out a little bit later. If they do, we will bring it to you, but this is what we have so far.
Okay, thank you for joining us today for an update and announcement on our winter storm preparedness efforts. I'm here today with New Jersey State Police Acting Superintendent and State Director of Emergency Management, David Sorotowicz, President and CEO of New Jersey Transit, Chris Calori, Department of Transportation Acting Commissioner Joe Bertoni, and Port Director Beth Rooney. Yesterday, I signed an executive order declaring a state of emergency in all 21 counties here in New Jersey as we continue to prepare for dangerous weather beginning tonight and especially on Sunday. That will go into effect at 5 p.m. Eastern Time today. It allows certain state agencies to take additional steps to protect the health and safety of New Jersey residents. Out of an abundance of caution, considering the dangerous road conditions that we are anticipating, we also announced commercial vehicle travel restrictions. This goes into effect at midnight tonight. I did not take this decision lightly, and we have also coordinated with Pennsylvania to ensure we're all getting our citizens the best and most up-to-date information possible. To be clear, personnel carrying food, fuel, and medical supplies are exempt, as are utility companies, public safety vehicles, and essential personnel. There continues to be plenty of salt at the port for counties and municipalities who need it, and Port Director Beth Rooney will share more. I also said yesterday that we would continue to monitor weather conditions and update decisions that impact travel as appropriate. I've received several briefings and updates from the National Weather Service and have been in constant communication with our emergency operations teams today. We're still expecting dangerous weather, including heavy snowfall, extreme cold, ice, and wind up to 30 miles per hour. So here is the latest. We're currently expecting 4 to 6 inches of snow along the coast, 6 to 10 inches in South and Central Jersey, and 8 to 14 up in North Jersey. We're expecting a storm the likes of which we haven't seen in years. It is going to present very dangerous conditions for travel. Beginning at 7 a.m., we expect heavy snowfall in South Jersey. So starting very early, some of the heaviest snowfall in the south will start about 7 a.m. We expect that to continue, and then at noon turn over to a wintry mix. This is actually not great news, given that that could really present a very icy condition with more danger for travelers. In North Jersey, we expect heavy snow to begin around 10 and last until 4 p.m. in the afternoon. And these are blizzard-like conditions, 1 to 2 inches per hour coming down during these periods of time. And even though, as I said, there is less snow now forecast for South Jersey, we are very concerned about the wintry mix. The roads are very cold. There will be accumulation. There will be ice. On the ground, we are not going to see the temperatures go much above freezing, so we are really going to have some dangerous conditions. Based on these updated forecasts and to protect the safety of the people of New Jersey, I'm temporarily suspending bus, light rail, and access link service system-wide for the full service day on Sunday. This is effective beginning at about 4 a.m. on Sunday until the conditions allow for a ramp up and the resumption of service. We will be continuing to monitor forecasts and conditions on the ground. We'll be operating the commuter rail system until 2 p.m. on Sunday. 2 p.m. Sunday. So you need to be on a train getting to where you need to go by 2, because then things are shutting down until we can get service back up based again on forecast and conditions on the ground. We'll communicate service levels for Monday as the storm impacts are assessed throughout the day on Sunday. The Department of Transportation will also be announcing temporary speed reductions, and the acting commissioner will speak to those. I've asked our team to closely brief me on the developing conditions so we can make modifications as needed. Again, this decision was based on the most recent forecast and made with public safety at the top of mind. We are the most densely populated state in the nation, and we take our jobs first and foremost to keep our residents safe incredibly seriously. So I'm going to reiterate, stay off the roads on Sunday. Starting tonight, we are going to see dangerous conditions forming. It's a good weekend to stay indoors. If you need to make a last run to the grocery store or Home Depot, get it done now. Get this done today. Anything you need, go out today and grab it, and plan to stay off the roads tomorrow. Keep your devices charged, whether that's your phone or computer. Do not commit to anything Monday morning. Check on your neighbors, especially seniors, during the storm to make sure they're doing okay and they don't need anything. Go to ready.nj.gov for more information. And I know the people of New Jersey are pretty pragmatic. I know you guys got this. Your teenage kids may not have this, so make sure you're checking in on them. Keep them off the roads. Thank you. So now I'm going to turn this over to Acting Superintendent of the State Police, David Sirotwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. I just want to reiterate that this will be a major storm. Our snow accumulations may have gone down, but icing is still a major concern. If you do not have to be on the roads, please, we urge you, stay home. Allow our plows and our emergency service personnel to effectively perform their duties and get our roadways and our state open again as quick as possible. If you do have to be on the roadway and you see an emergency vehicle, please, with their lights activated, slow down and move over. Allow them room to perform their duties. Thank you very much. Please be safe tomorrow.
Governor, thank you. When you oversee the largest statewide transportation system in the country, and your goal isn't to just get people somewhere when you think things are okay. You gotta focus, especially making sure they get somewhere safely when things are not okay. When you have a 2,000-mile wide storm with snow, ice, and wind, your primary job is to make sure you are watching out for the safety of your customers, your employees. That's what we're trying to do. So when we gave the governor our recommendation, it was based on that prudent judgment that it is better to secure the service and temporarily suspend it, and we can resume it as soon as the snow is over, as the conditions allow. While the snowstorm is ongoing, our crews are going to be out there maintaining the fleet, clearing the snow, and yes, even plow the rails, just to make sure we get everything in order to resume service as soon as it is practical. I predict that the bus service will be out first as soon as the conditions allow. I just want to reemphasize what the governor has been trying to say the entire time, and I think it is so important. We want to make sure that the residents of the state of New Jersey are safe. That is our focus and our singular focus. Once we get through the storm, we will ramp back the service as quickly as possible so people can get on with their lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. Given the latest forecast and out of abundance of caution for public safety, speed restrictions of 35 miles per hour will be placed on the New Jersey Turnpike, Garden State Parkway, Atlantic City Expressway, and all state and interstate highways beginning at midnight tonight. These restrictions will remain in effect until conditions warrant. We strongly encourage you not to be on the roads. If you absolutely positively have to be on the roads, we ask that you proceed with extreme caution and be mindful of our plow crews. Please do not attempt to pass our plow crews. Thank you and stay safe.
Good afternoon. So with regards to the port and port operations, we have 3 different road salt purveyors. All of them have been working around the clock for the last 4 days preparing and helping us prepare for the storm. We have over 300,000 metric tons of salt currently available at the port. And our companies that provide the salt, Morton Salt, who we're most familiar with from the table salt, Atlantic Salt, and Prieta Salt, are all delivering out combined about 50,000 metric tons of salt a day for the last 72 hours. They will continue to do so until conditions deteriorate tomorrow and they're not able to do that. We also have 3 additional ships that are inbound with more salt to come. So the salt is here, the salt is moving. It's moving out as fast and as safely as it can to all of those who need it. And the port, again, stands by and ready to support the safety of New Jersey and all of its residents throughout the storms. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we're ready for any on-topic questions.
What does New Jersey Transit trains look like for Monday morning? How long is it going to take to ramp up? And for anyone, what is the recommendations for schools? I know it's an individual decision.
We will be assessing schools and the state employees as we see what the storm comes in like. We'll assess the conditions on the ground and then make decisions on schools.
The resumption of service of the entire fleet, whether it's for bus, light rail, or commuter rail, is all dependent on the condition. As I said, I think conditions permitting, I think bus service will probably resume first, and then others following. Again, as you also know, that our commuter rail is heavily dependent on Amtrak. We will be in coordination with them to make sure we can resume service safely and efficiently.
You have a ramp-up time. Should people expect to have trains Monday morning?
We will alert them as we understand what the storm is doing, but rest assured, we will get the service back as quickly as possible. But I want to be clear, I will not compromise on the safety of the residents of the state of New Jersey, and my recommendation will always be consistent with that.
Well, thank you all so much. I appreciate you, and we will continue to update you as we get more information. Thank you again.
That was the press conference, the latest press conference out of New Jersey. Unfortunately, it was from yesterday, so that was the most recent one that we've gotten from New Jersey. We will stay on top of it. This is WBAI's coverage of the winter storm and ICE's latest killing in Minneapolis, and of course, the nurses' strike continues. We are going to talk about that at the top of the hour with Jenna Flanagan, host of We Decide on WBAI and across the Pacifica Network Mondays from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. I do want to thank everyone who came on the show today. It was wonderful to be here with all of these fabulous guests, bringing these voices together. It's just so important. We had UFA Presidents Andy Ansbro. We had Lieutenant Vinny Variale from the DC 37 Local 3. 3621, the EMS officers. We have Joe Colangelo, the president of the Local 246 SEIU. These are the mechanics that keep New York City rolling from snowplows to fire engines. Thankfully, he was able to come on with us as well. Laura Jadid, a writer, activist, and WBAI's own, we can call her own. Our own Laura Jadid was on with us live from Minneapolis, as was DJ Love, host of View from the Ground on the Pacifica affiliate KFAI 90.3 FM in Minneapolis. I do want to thank everyone on the WBAI team who made this possible. It's very important. I'm just so grateful we were able to do this today. This was brought to you, our live rolling coverage brought to you by the WBAI Pacifica Radio Collective. We want to thank our audio engineer, Sean Rhodes, producers Jesse Lent, Bob Henley, and Keziah Glow. This coverage is brought to you by listeners just like you and unions representing 5 million people. I'm Juliana Forlano. It was a pleasure being with you here today. I hope you stay warm, stay well. Don't go anywhere, because we are continuing this live coverage of the storm, of the strike, nurses' strike, and of what is happening in Minneapolis for the foreseeable next few hours. Thanks again to you, the listeners, and the unions representing those 5 million people. Coming up at the top of the hour from the New York State Nurses Association, Jenna Flanagan will be speaking with Beth Loudon. That's it for me today. Thank you for letting me be here with you. I hope I was of service, and I will see you on Frontline Voices this coming Thursday when National Security Analyst Joe Cirincione joins us to talk about what it means. Well, there's so much. Well, we're going to talk about so much, but what it means that to have Trump's finger on the button in the nuclear age. Scary stuff. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
didn't know we were hanging out. What time is it? Oh, shoot. Really good with, yeah. Come on.
This is WBAI Pacifica Labor Radio in New York and New Jersey, live rolling coverage of Winter Storm Fern and Ice. My name is Jenna Flanagan, the host of We Decide, America at the Crossroads, Monday on WBAI and across the Pacifica Radio Network from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Excuse me. Now, according to the National Weather Service, a winter storm warning remains in effect until 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday. Heavy snow mixing with and then changing to sleet this afternoon, and then mixing with or changing to light freezing rain tonight. Additional snow and sleet accumulations between 3 and 5 inches and ice accumulations up to 1/10 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour in portions of the Northeast, New Jersey, and Southeast New York. Roads, and especially bridges and overpasses, are already slick and hazardous. Visibilities may drop below a quarter of a mile due to falling and blowing snow. We'll get back to the storm, but first an update on New York City's largest nurses strike in history. Largest nurses strike in history with Beth Loudon, a registered nurse and member of the New York State Nurses Association. Beth, are you with us?
Hi, good afternoon.
It's so good to hear from you, Beth. So I guess first of all, how is the weather affecting the strike? Is the weather affecting the strike?
Yeah, for sure. Day 14, we did deal with some snow in the past weeks, but the snow was, a little bit extra. So we did put a pause on outside picketing today, but that actually didn't stop every nurse. So there were some nurses that didn't hit the streets today to make sure the hospitals know that we're still on strike. We're not letting the fight go down at all. But yes, a majority of the lines were paused for the day.
And can you give us an update perhaps on the status of the efforts in terms of the union and the hospital leadership? Has leadership agreed to come back to the table? Is there movement, or is there still a stalemate going on?
Well, the most recent attempt to get to the table for last week, there was a permit that was facilitated by the governor and the mayor, which we would both management and the nurses come to the table with a few conditions. One of those conditions were that our employers would sign on to say that we would be not having our health benefits. They did not agree to that condition, which we actually got into the room.
What the heck?
And I will say, getting into the room actually took them over 6 hours to come from their caucus space to the main space to meet with the nurses. So we hit a stalemate there. The nurses said this was conditioned to come to the table, and so they did not reach those conditions. So we have not scheduled another bargaining date yet. We hope that there is increased pressure from nurses not backing down and nurses continuing to hold the line. And we will be escalating actions because this is unfathomable that our bosses have been refusing to sign on to continue our health benefits.
And just to give people a better understanding, what does escalating actions actually mean?
Sometimes the picket lines need to travel and put pressure on different people, or we need to combine forces, so we could just all picket at the same place, anything like that. We haven't set any plans in action at this moment. Our lines are going to remain strong at every hospital, but then we need to let the powers that be that are at each table know that we're not backing down.
Interesting. And how has the public response or co-support from other unions been going? It seems, I would assume, as if a lot of people would be sympathetic to the idea of nurses people who take care of the health of other people in their vulnerable state have access to strong healthcare. So I would assume, but please let me know, where does that stand? Like, are you finding support from the general public and from other unions?
Come here, Pippi.
Yeah, for sure. We have had a meeting.
Pippi, come here.
We held a vigil for patient safety last week at the Presbyterian where we did it because patients were asking for a space to tell stories about how much nurses changed their lives or their children's lives. So we ended up having, I think, it was 4 mothers speaking out about how much nurses made an impact on their family and their children's lives. So that was one avenue where we directly got stories out into the media and shared with as many people as we could. I will say that the hospitals have a lot of money, we all know that, and they have invested heavily in smearing nurses throughout every publication. We try and get our physicians out there. We're fighting for healthcare, we're fighting for workplace violence protections, we're fighting for patient safety in terms of staffing levels, and yet the hospital has been able to just decry that we have a proposal about a wage increase on the table, even though they have failed to actually engage in that. So there hasn't been much bargaining over wages.
No
They
chasing.
just want to put out there that nurses are asking for a raise as well as all the other things in our proposal packages. I do want to say nurses do live in New York and the surrounding areas. And
No chasing.
Same cost of living crisis as the city. But that's not our priority. That's not why we're on strike. Our strike is about healthcare, it's about patient safety, it's about workplace violence protection, and it's about staffing.
Well, what about, I mean, just to break down a little bit further, because I think people would understand the healthcare angle, like I said, and I don't know anybody who can imagine a wage increase, the need for that at this moment, but can you explain a little bit more about what the workplace protections against violence, what that means for nurses? Like, what is it that nurses are encountering that would demand or require that the union step up and say, no, we need extra protections?
Yeah, we are unfortunately experiencing higher levels of violence at work every day. On our surveys prior to launching our bargaining platform, 1/3 of nurses at New York Presbyterian did not feel safe at work. That was a staggering number to me personally, but for the prime examples of what we're fighting for are pretty basic. First, we want to make sure that any entrance has a weapons detection screening. Many entrances do have that, but this is just basic safety precautions so that folks aren't coming in with something to harm folks. We have ongoing security meetings, and they do highlight how many weapons do get taken from people coming into the hospital. But we know with new technology comes new ways to not detect in like a typical metal detector fashion. So that's one practical thing that we're asking for.
And is that, just so that I understand, is that something that had been an ongoing issue for nurses, or is that something that became a heightened? We all know that people's interactions with hospitals around the time of the pandemic seemed to get much more tense and much more volatile and confrontational. Was this something that spiked after or during the pandemic, or was it something that had always been there that had never really been addressed?
It's definitely been there. We successfully fought over the years to start getting more protection. So it hasn't been just an out of nowhere jump. But we have seen that we aren't there yet. We're not fully protected. And you know, as things change in life, things can change it in what we have in the hospital. So I would say the things that have changed are staffing levels, especially in our emergency rooms throughout the city, are the volume of patients in emergency rooms has gone up, and the volume, how many patients we have in the hospital, we're really filled up most days. So when you do come through the emergency room and you need to be admitted, to be staying overnight in the hospital, you may have to stay in the emergency room for a day or 2 days, and you can just imagine being on a stretcher with just a curtain around you, or even just having a chair, not even a stretcher, that this discomfort, this feeling of being packed together, not being able to really get good answers from your care team because there aren't enough people there to update you. All of these things lead to escalating emotions and escalating tensions between folks. There's so many factors that play into that. One specifically that comes to my mind is like urgent care from, Presbyterian did close during COVID to redirect patients and other things. So there's different variables that have led to this, but this is something that we're feeling is safe.
Well, speaking of the different variables that led to this, also one of the ones that you mentioned that I think is very important is the staffing issue. Now we know that through reporting, especially on We Decide, we've talked about how that was a gain that was won during COVID, that there was better staffing, because initially, just to say it one more time, 3,600 nurses died in the first wave of COVID, and 500 of those were in New York, 300 of those were in New Jersey, and a lot of that was due to lack of staffing, lack of protective equipment like N95. And from what I came to learn from that, reporting on that experience, is that staffing and protective gear is a big part of infection control. When you're dealing with a pandemic, that seems like that should be a top priority.
Yeah, definitely. And we did with language, in our last contract, we have more pandemic preparedness requirements that, equipment and supplies need to be on hand, but also, yes, our staffing enforcement language. We secured greater enforcement, but at New York Presbyterian, they've been challenging nurses in court, so we do need to improve our enforcement mechanism as well to meet that of Montpelier and Mount Sinai.
And so was the staffing requirement, was that walked back somehow? Because that's still in the demands that the union is making. So can you sort of take me between what happened during COVID and where things stand now?
Yeah, a few things. I'll talk about staffing enforcement. With staffing, we are finding patients to get more and more acute. That means more patients come in and they don't just have one issue. We have a few issues that need to be cared for. And patients are sicker and sicker. A lot of our units at NYP have been escalated into mixed units. So you have some step down, which is sicker patients than just here on the med surg floor, which is the general, just getting admitted for something that you can be managed a little bit easier. So we have sicker patients. We have units that are holding sicker patients and then it's to different levels that we can improve how many nurses are on those units. Again, I would be remiss not to mention our emergency rooms. That's our biggest push for staffing. So there are different unit-specific areas that need increased staffing. But then the second part of that is making sure the hospital is held accountable to the standards. And in the past 3 years, we got better language, which allowed us to hold the hospital accountable through mediation and arbitration process, which is just outside lawyers kind of deciding if nurses were correct in bringing a case against the hospital about staffing. And we, of course, are winning those cases, but when we win and the arbitrator says something other than just stop doing that, so we had a case where nurses were awarded financial remedies, so the money of a nurse that should have been there going to the nurses working that shift. And we had a second unit win vacation days because they were being harmed by being short-staffed. It was just a different way to give a remedy. New York Presbyterian has challenged this all the way up to we are one step away from the Supreme Court at this point. With the court.
Well, that's interesting because as I understand it, safe staffing actually works out to a hospital's benefit and can lower costs in the long term. In 2004, California adopted safe staffing and things got better in the hospital. There were fewer hospitalizations, there was better nurse retention, and that all came from better staffing levels. Higher staffing levels led to lower hospitalizations and lower turnover.
Totally agree. I think we're 10 years behind California about. We did get a safe staffing law passed, but it's not with all the ratios required at the state level as California does. So I do think there's way more to be done by the state legislature as well.
All right. Well, I do want to invite listeners who want to join in on this conversation. You can speak with me and Beth if you have a question. The live line is 212-209-2877. One more time, that's 212-209-2877. And I'm speaking with Beth Loudon, a registered nurse and a member of the New York State Nurses Association, who's been talking to us about the largest nurses strike that has ever hit this city. So Beth, in the meantime, while we're waiting for callers, can you also tell me about any other unions who have shown support? I mean, I've asked mostly about, the general public, et cetera, but have there been any other official unions that have either showed up and to picket with the Nurses Association or have in other ways reached out to show their support?
Yeah, for sure. I know for a fact the Teamsters have been out there from their Teamsters that are Amazon brought their inflatable pig to our line, which is excellent. All of our scabbies, the big inflatable rats, are from other unions as well. So those were excellent stances in solidarity. I know many union leaders have come and given words of support on our lines, and then also rank and file members have been coming out. I do know for a fact CIR, the residents, so the doctors at a few of the hospitals that are unionized, they put in a 10-day picket notice to their employers, so we're excited to welcome our siblings that are doctors to our lines as well. Especially at our hospital, 1199 is huge, and we've been so glad to see our coworkers from inside the hospital able to come out and march the line with us. At my hospital also, some of the other disciplines have smaller unions that have been great to come out and support us as well, such as PT. And yeah, it has been a great outpouring of support, and we welcome anyone and everyone who wants to walk the line with us. Not today, not tomorrow probably, but any other time, any other date with any of the lines that are striking right now, we would all welcome support.
Of course. And also when it comes to the other unions that are showing support, I'm also wondering, is there, what is the ongoing conviction level, I guess, from the nurses who are on the line? Because this isn't a small thing to walk away, not just from your job, but also from patients that you might have been treating long term. I know a lot of nurses, it's not unusual to, it's not just the patient, nurses are also engaging and communicating with families, et cetera. How much of a big deal is it, I guess, that these nurses have stepped away from their jobs for this strike? And sometimes people can frame a strike as oh, you just want more money, and actually, there's a lot more going on here.
Yeah, I'm a Navy nurse, so I can definitely speak into that framing. That a lot of my patients on my unit do end up spending a lot of time with us, and I know it was heartbreaking for my coworkers to see as near Presbyterian did a lot of work to transfer patients and move them around, and then they actually closed my unit right now. But some of those patients are the ones that are the families that are coming out to the line and actually supporting the nurses out on the line when they can. It's just really speaks to the solidarity, the familiarity, the love that goes both directions between nurses and the patients. It was obviously a huge decision, but it was one that was done with big conviction. 98% of nurses that we are Presbyterian had a record number voted to strike this time because of how like the organization has been treating nurses poorly and our patients poorly. So I would say that, we always have to move by nurses to, take a step, but, we are supported by our patients and also supported outside of the line.
And I don't ask this question to be, a hater as is so often used these days, but is there any consideration for what happens if the hospital leadership plan is to simply wait this out? Or ironically, when they're saying they don't have enough money to shell out money for traveling nurses to come and fill your spots. We're not necessarily in a political climate, let's say, where it seems as if leadership of any kind is interested in meeting subordinates halfway.
Yeah, I do wish the hospital cared about the patients the same way we do. It does look like it's boiling down to their pocketbook. At least the hospitals, all the hospitals that are out on strike right now do have plenty of cash on hand. Even Montefiore, who will, claims to not be able to care for their patients like they are treating them in hallways and that sort of thing. They still pay their CEO millions and millions and millions of dollars. So
I believe it's 26 million.
For NYC, I think for Monty was 16. The ball.
Okay. Excuse me, 10 million off. I was 10 million off.
Regardless, yeah, I think we're at an unprecedented time where these folks who make millions think that the working class has no power and that we should just and they're not worried about waxing the work. What I can say is, they can say that they're up to full steam fine, but we know for a fact they're not doing the surgery they need to do, that they love to do, that we want to do. We want to be inside and doing these things, but we know that the areas that they love to see grow and grow and grow, mostly the money, not education, are not able to function at their full force right now. So, like I said, I wish the hospital leadership cared about the patients like we do. We want to be there to take care of the patients. But I do think they may have underestimated the will of nurses to hold the line until we get a fair contract. And so they can wait us out, but we are prepared to wait until they have finally broken down and decided it's not worth the money anymore to fight nurses on things that should be an easy decision to get to.
All right. I'm currently speaking with Beth Loudon, a registered nurse and a member of the New York State Nurses Association. If you'd like to join this conversation, you can give us a call. Our live line is open at 212-209-2877. One more time, that's 212-209-2877. All right, so Beth, I guess to sort of pivot to something that isn't necessarily part of this nurses' strike, but just as a nurse, from one nurse to another, I'm sure you're aware of the horrific shooting that took place yesterday, my God, in Minneapolis of Alex Preddy. And of course, that was an interaction between Border Patrol and Mr. Preddy. What we have seen on video is that Mr. Preddy was attempting to videotape, to witness what ICE was doing, attempted to step in between Border Patrol and a woman that they had shoved. And then the situation is the videotape has been all over social media and the news. I'm just wondering, as a nurse, does that kind of response surprise you at all? Because while a lot of people have talked about, oh, why would you go out there? Why would you? I do wonder if you are a nurse, does that level of care carry over into other aspects of your life?
I have been, first of all, speechless and horrified, and it's really, you know, I don't think I've even actively processed what happened yet.
It literally, I mean, I caught myself saying this was yesterday.
And just, it is like, I forgot words in that regard, but 100% this is what a nurse should actively be doing, is advocating for communities, protecting their neighbors, and rendering aid when necessary. So, I am deeply thankful to nurses who take, the stand to become medics in this regard as well. And also in responsibility to just be there and to be there for the community and advocate for the community.
Well, building on that point, it's the whole reason why nurses like Alex were out to begin with. Well, how do you see healthcare, nursing and healthcare, and immigration overlapping? Because that has also been a very big topic of conversation, and yet it rarely, at least in legacy news media outlets, do you hear the fact that making sure that everyone has access to healthcare actually benefits the entire community, or the overlap of immigrants and the functioning of our healthcare system, what that Venn diagram looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very the college premise that healthcare is a human right. It's not an American right. It's not a naturalized only person. But you know, if this is a human right, and that every human deserves to be able to access care.
But also, I mean, if you looked at it from again, I'm just putting it out there, if you're looking at this from a selfish point of view, making sure someone else has access to healthcare, that directly benefits me, am I correct? I mean, I feel like that was my lesson from COVID.
In terms of infectious disease.
Yeah.
Yes. That, you know, communities in that regard, of that awareness of infection and unity, I think that also is really helping that in the pandemic. It just boils down to we should be providing care to each other, in many ways that help
Well, how important are immigrants to the healthcare system? And I'm talking not just the nurses union, like all levels, everyone from, orderlies and janitors all the way up to, some specialists and doctors. I mean, you've been in hospitals long enough.
Every hospital I've been in New York City, and so that is, part of that too, are very representative of our communities outside the hospital. Thankfully, I just spent my career downstate, and it was an amazing way to the healthcare system that was very community-based because my whole friends lived in the neighborhood, and I would say the rest proportion of who how many immigrants we have in New York City was represented in the hospital.
Wow. And would the functionality, I mean, we're talking about nurses being on strike right now, but if this is a weird thing to say, but if a large portion, let's say, of immigrants, at this point, I think it's fair to say naturalized and not yet naturalized immigrants were removed from the country. What, if you could predict what that would do to the healthcare system, how would you predict it?
I think the whole, everywhere, I can't even imagine that situation because it would be so impactful and it would ruin many communities, many spaces. And yes, every hospital in New York City would be greatly impacted.
Of course. And lastly, on the immigration front, and again, this is just your anecdotal opinion, but have you ever felt as though the presence of immigrants within the hospitals that you've worked at has taken away opportunities from perhaps other Americans? Or is this really, we're just looking for the best qualified person to deliver care?
And there's always openings. So they talk about staffing crisis. I don't think it's ever a staffing, a lack of people wanting to do the job. There's plenty of people that would, this all circles back to the union as well, is that we need to improve conditions such that people want to seek out these priorities and roles. So that does connect to our fight on the strike line, and we can provide these protections and make it nursing and any other part of the hospital. We hope welcoming place for folks that want to come work in the job. But I would say, yeah, for that, there's always vacancies still, and plenty of opportunities to join at these hospitals in New York.
Well, going back to the New York State Nurses Association, of which you, Beth Loudon, are a registered nurse and a member of, can you talk to me a little bit about the value of having a union to begin with? That is something else that unions overall, I think, have taken we have seen several times where they have been maligned or they've taken hits publicly, or there's been campaigns that have gotten people to question the value of the union. I'm paying dues to this organization and it doesn't do anything for me. What would you say to perhaps a young nurse coming in who, do I really have to join the union? What's the value of being part of NISMO?
There's so many answers I could get to, but really it's about having a voice in a real way, not just management listening and then saying thank you so much and then never acting on it. The union really gives you a space to advocate in a whole different way. Nurses are advocates by trade. We advocate for patients daily at the bedside, and to be able to advocate for patients and also yourself in the profession in different venues, be it labor management or any other way of opportunities to change practice and that sort of thing. Unions provide that space, that protection, that ability to change your working environment. As a new nurse, it is hard to conceptualize, but I do encourage any new nurse coming through the doors to ask more questions, get more involved, go to your monthly meetings of the union, try and figure out who are the leaders, know how you can protect yourself and protect your license through the opportunities from the union. So for nurses, so that is a protest of an assignment to make sure the hospital is held just as equally liable in the event that you are short-staffed. There are so many things that a union provides that we just need to plug people in, get more involved. And through this strike, the nurses at these hospitals are more organized than ever. So any new nurse coming into our bargaining unit is going to be welcomed into just an amazing network of nurses that are here supporting each other, advocating for each other, and really taking on a huge fight against the biggest powers.
Maybe they're giving out vouchers because I know.
And of course, these would all be issues that are best handled through a union and not some sort of I as an individual could take on the hospital and lodge my complaint or whatever. It helps to have. I'm assuming that's what I'm hearing from you.
Well, the warming centers are just warming centers, but they have free food. But I think every
Well, is there anything, other specific that I haven't brought up about the current strike that the nurses are engaged in that I haven't asked that you would want to make sure that a listener or someone who is just stumbling across the story was able to take away from?
Give you hotel vouchers.
Yeah, I do think this fight is bigger than us at this point. We have our contract in there.
Yeah, because how could they accept everybody if they probably don't have room?
And healthcare. but also that the hospital is
Maybe you could call them.
I know unions across the country are watching. I'm getting messages of
Oh, me
solidarity from
too.
everywhere.
Me too.
That this is a much bigger fight against corporate greed in general, and about challenging the status quo when it comes to just accepting what is given versus fighting for what we need. So this has become just so much more of a lot bigger fight.
Why do you keep saying that?
I feel so privileged to be part of it. And fighting the fight on a daily basis at this point. I do want to highlight the ways folks can help.
Yes, definitely.
To come out to the lines, again, everyone's welcome. The lines probably will have shortened hours as it's
In the fight with the homeless. I might do a story.
If anyone knows about the dangers of frostbite, I would assume it would be nurses.
Yeah, like I said, we don't have to train. We gotta protect ourselves. So any day, usually, all the lines aren't totally uniform.
Did you read your friend Emily's article?
Or don't sign their name.
She lies about so many things, and something's very
at all three of our hospitals, which is Milstein, Chubby, and the Allard.
like weirdly, like why would you lie about that detail?
The best good thing is we do have a hardship fund.
She lies about everything. I mean,
we'll be able to find the link to donate.
That she lies all the time.
As the strike gets longer, it will be harder, but these nurses are ready to hold the line until.
But she lies about like stupid little details too.
There are two levels of advocacy at this point. And thank you everyone so much for their solidarity and support so far.
Absolutely. And one more time for that mutual aid fund that you mentioned, is there like a way that people can donate to that? One of the things that we keep hitting on, we decide at least, is the critical importance of mutual aid when it comes to big movements. Is there like a website or something that people can go to if they were just like, I would just at least like to make sure that the nurses on the picket line have lunch?
Yes. So it's nysma.org. And just below, like where the login area is, there's Take Action Support New York City Nurses on Strike. And you can click on that, and then there's donation link there. And there's also, you can send an email to the greeting CEOs if you want to do that too. So it's all on the same site.
And would people find the email for the, let's say, indulgent CEOs?
Yeah.
All right then.
It's great. They're all on the same area, so nysma.org, and then support the New York City Nurses on Strike.
All right. Well, I'd like to give a big thank you to my guest. That, of course, I've been speaking with Beth Loudon, a registered nurse and a member of the New York State Nurses Association. Coming up next, we're going to hear a one-on-one discussion on immigration with WBAI Interim General Manager Bob Henley and New Jersey Senator Cory Booker.
So, Senator, I just want to ask you, so we are, as I said before,
Okay, I'm gonna bring it up.
really, let's get to the branch, where the hardest war is.
I think I gotta go out there now.
Senator McCain, when troops were lost in Africa, the nation, he was like, I didn't know we had troops there. Is this a legacy of this, that now we're in this position? Because people are thinking organizations like us already always existed. We've had generations after generations of immigration enforcement. This is a post 2001 agency that was created. So this is under Trump's leadership now an agency that's just utterly out of control, that is not getting any kind of checks and balances from Congress as they should. It is a crisis and it is a problem, and I think it's indicative of a larger problem, which you were indicating before, but the larger problem that the Republicans in Congress just bent over backwards in order to do everything that Trump says, not holding into account, not giving any kind of oversight, not demanding any kind of transparency to their actions. So we are in a constitutional crisis right now. And I think
he's going to get out his tight violation. Well, why is that relevant? It is relevant because one, A, I feel like you're
She's sleeping. She's sleeping, so put down her mama. Her mama can't do a dirty thing like that. Stand up.
Set a type of violin line and then she was very another part of me feels like you played live. So part of me thinks they are still friends and will be interesting. Taylor has to do for very exposed here. But what definitely is these two were hanging up on Justin, and I find it so weird because Taylor functionally, aside from having a music license, had nothing to do with the movie. So like, what do you mean you're playing here? So all this does is really make Taylor's position. I'm so proud of Americans are stepping up and stepping out in the face of this constitutional injustice in our communities. So yeah, I think that as much as there's so much focus on the bad, we should not be saying that our story of teenage girls in America right now, we should be focusing on how anyone participate in Americans. Really saying we're not going to tolerate this. We're really saying that we're going to stand up for our neighbors. We're really saying that we're going to reach out and help them. So Jack Smith mentioned yesterday that the Constitution law, the system of laws is not self-executing. Is this generation of Americans being required to step up in an uncommon way? So, to me, the ultimate guardrail, it's always been about the power of the people, being greater than people's power. And generation after generation, the suffrage leaders, the civil rights leaders, understanding that change doesn't come from Washington, it must come to Washington by those who demand it. So here we are in a nation. Video has never imagined. It will continue to our nation stand up. So thanks for that.
All right, what you heard was a conversation between New Jersey Senator Cory Booker and City Hall reporter / WBAI interim general manager and all around everywhere man, Bob. Bob, welcome to the show.
Thanks for being part of this rolling coverage brought to you by the WBAI Pacifica News Collective. Yeah, I just have to explain and thank Jesse Lynn for acknowledging that that tape because it was taped outside of Delaney Hall, which is right in Newark, New Jersey. It's also right next to the Essex County Correctional Facility. It's in that wide open area that's a little bit around the Ironbound area, so there's no trees around. It's near the port, so if a wind starts, there's nothing to break it. So I should have had a windscreen. And then also it was a culmination. There's been a consistent presence of folks like Fox Christie, and activists of conscience from New Jersey and from the region at Delaney Hall, which has been kind of a focal point of this entire moment historically. You may remember back on May 9th, this was the place where Mayor Ross Barack, acting as his capacity as mayor of Newark, wanted to make sure that this private jail facility that's owned by the Geo Corporation, its successor for Wackenhut, the private guard company. And that site can accommodate 1,000 people. It's a congregate care facility, had not had a competent fire inspection, nor did it have a proper certificate of occupancy. And so he was there in his capacity as the mayor who's responsible for a place where 1,000 people are going to sleep at night. And to my imagination, Geo doesn't have a fire department. In the event of a fire, it would be up to the city of Newark to deal with it. And so he was there with the Congressional Oversight Committee of Representative McIver. We had, I guess there were two, Bonnie Watson-Coleman and Representative Robert Menendez Jr. And inexplicably, after Mayor Baraka reported to the gate and then walked out, a group of ICE agents masked and armed seized him on a public street and brought him back into the facility and detained him. And then subsequently removed him to what I believe was an off-the-book site that ICE operated closer to the airport. And spontaneously, several hundred people from the community in New York arrived, backed up by the New York police force, who might, it's important detail, were responsible for Baraka's security. And that group of people did not leave, and so ultimately
I'll
ICE
go to
had
the
to surrender
store.
to the mayor in like kind of a Nelson Mandela moment because they couldn't get him out of there. And of course, they dropped the charges against the mayor, but they have pursued charges against Representative McIver because Representative McIver and Bonnie Watson-Coleman and Robert Menendez Jr., at the time when the ICE agents went to seize the mayor, put themselves around the mayor just to slow down the process of the mayor of Newark being abducted off the streets of Newark. And it was that courageous action in the great tradition of Gandhi-esque behavior that slowed down this movement so we could see exactly what was going on. Subsequently, Representative McIver has been charged with charges that could render 17 years in jail. So this is very third world here. This is part of the ongoing shift of power. And so, yes, these folks that have been there with Fox Chris and other groups were impatient with Senator Booker because they feel that certain elements of the Democratic Party have not stood up effectively to ICE. And so there was a feeling with the crowd that was heckling him that he was late to this, that this was a problem where, in general, Congress, one could say since 9/11, pretty much has been mailing it in and let the executive branch, whether it be Bush or Obama, prosecute wars all over the world without ever checking back in. And so this was a point where I would say Senator Booker is trying to catch up where the mainstream of Democratic opinion is now, where particularly after the display of these back-to-back murders, it's important to know, Jenna, that Senator Booker gave these comments before what happened with the person in the latest.
Oh, Alex Preddy, yes.
Preddy, so the AFGE Veterans ICU nurse. So that's the context within the fact that the Democratic Party's institution is in this process of trying to keep up with the breaking news, which is the actual, I don't know how to describe what we're seeing here, but with the corruption of law and order at the local level, like we're seeing in Minneapolis, St. Paul, where you have marauding bands of so-called federal agents who are masked, shooting people, and then moving on and not even securing the scene, which is a basic requirement to preserve law and order.
No, and I mean, I still can't believe, even when I brought it up with Beth, I still cannot believe this has been about 24 hours since that took place. But did Senator Booker speak at all or indicate anything about this latest spending bill vote? Because there has been a lot of outrage, at least from what I could see digitally, of the handful of House Democrats that voted to continue funding ICE. And it looks like, from what Senator Schumer has now released, that Senate Democrats look like they might be willing to all vote no.
Well, and that's exactly why this press conference was called. Thank you for being a great anchor and host and keeping me on task. That is exactly why he convened this, was to communicate that he wasn't going to go along with that vote. And you're right, this is something now that I would say, and I think even going back to what we saw at 26 Federal Plaza locally in Lower Manhattan, when we've seen all sorts of, the current mayor Mamdani was at 26 Federal Plaza when he was the candidate, when he was a member of the assembly. We certainly see Brian Lander when he was city controller. We've seen a steady drumbeat of local officials who are concerned about law and order going to places like 26 Federal Plaza, which is important to remind people that's a place where you get your appointment from an immigration judge, and you're in the country legally. When you are getting a summons or you've agreed to a court date, that means the federal government knows you're here. You're here either because you are in the pursuit of following up on a sanctuary appeal, or there's some issue related to your status. And in good faith, these folks are showing up to abide by the law. And so what is extraordinary here is that in a predatory move, the Trump administration and Secretary Noem are using that moment of compliance with the law to break the law and arrest these people. And that's where we see these things happen, where people are arrested and then taken to locations, even out of the country.
Yeah, no, excuse me. There just seems to be a lot of pressure building up around the Democratic Party when it comes to what we're seeing the elected officials. And again, they have a lot of constraints. They're not in, the majority of any house of government right now, but what they're able to do and what it is that we're seeing a growing portion, or at least a very vocal portion of the population want to see them do.
I would say that one of the problems here is that what I think Trump did not anticipate was that the reality is the American people love their neighbor. I know it seems very it's odd and it sounds counter-programming from what you hear on 770 ABC and the basic narrative of the tabloids, some of them will go unmentioned, where we're all ginned up and hateful and we think that those people from somewhere else are the threat to society. The lived experience of Americans who live in a real place in a neighborhood is that they have regard for the people who live next door to based on their experience with those people. And so just as we see today, as I look out my window and I'm in Neptune, New Jersey, I see people of all different stages and circumstances, all different colors, coming to help to dig each other out. That is America. That is not the Donald Trump America, but that's the America that gets through tribulation. And so there's a disconnect here because the vision that Donald Trump has of carnage is of a country that is set against itself. The truth is, Donald Trump is trying to relitigate the Civil War. There's a real reason why the Confederate battle flag was in the Capitol Rotunda on January 6th. There's a real reason why insurrectionists who were violent and were pardoned on January 6th. There's a through line between January 6th and what's happening in Minneapolis. The idea that certain individuals outside the color of law, masked only with whatever prejudice they have, and with a gun, can summarily execute people on the street. That's the January 6th ethos that now unfortunately has gotten a hold of our federal government.
Well, that has been a narrative that I've seen from a lot of either observers coming out of Minneapolis or people who are historians themselves have been talking about, this country is never truly reconciled with the so-called lost cause, and that secondly, that there can be an even greater risk for at this point, we'll just call spades spades, or perhaps not spades spades. There's a greater risk for white people standing up for people of color as opposed to people of color standing up for themselves. It's almost as if, and when I say greater risk, I'm saying that you are not participating in the system that is supposed to be built for you, and that somehow can make you a greater threat. Because both incidents that we've seen in Minneapolis of the shooting deaths were both white people who were standing up for their black and brown neighbors.
So this through line that you put your finger on is the fact that in Minneapolis, they already had gone through this crucible of the George Floyd situation. And so what happened there was that the police department, which went through this awful period of distrust after that hideous act of violence on the streets, was all the world saw. They went through a process of resetting their approach to policing. And that took a whole bunch of broad-based community participation and engagement. And so also the people of Minneapolis, it's also, I guess you keep in mind that Minnesota and the Midwest does have a tradition going back to the Depression, the Farmers Labor Party, right? A kind of cooperative sensibility. Socialism got traction there. We have in Milwaukee socialist mayors that were very competent. There's a through line of that kind of cooperation. And what's happened in Minneapolis, St. Paul, is you have the convergence of the refounding of the police department that puts community concerns at the center. And then with this federal situation, where now the federal government's coming in that represent the very most reactionary elements of policing. And so now there's a conflict there between the approach of what is the purpose of law enforcement? And so now, and what I'm concerned about tactically is that we have a situation where ICE is doing things, Border Patrol is doing things, shooting up the street and then disappearing. And then local police, out of a sense of protocol, even to come to respond to pick the bodies up, then find themselves facing an angry mob. And that mob may not know who did the shooting. And they may find themselves vulnerable because people, when they're angry, don't make distinctions between badges. And so I really see that this is, and I think the federal courts need to weigh in here and stabilize the situation. We cannot have a federal band of marauding, masked, armed people randomly shooting up the population. And we just have to have people step up right now. The U.S. Congress has got to find its voice.
Okay, so with that, Bob, then I'm going to ask you a very controversial question, because there's been another conversation going on around everything we've been seeing coming out of Minnesota, and that is it time to consider abolishing ICE? As Senator Booker pointed out in your interview, this organization popped up in 2001 or 2002, but during the first Bush administration. This wasn't something that had always been there. So is it time to consider abolishing?
So it's important to track where ICE came from. And it is true, this goes back to a committee, the Hart-Rudman, two senators that came together and were tasked by Bill Clinton when he was president to come up with a way of integrating the various police forces and security functions in the event of a terrorist attack. And the idea was to unify the Secret Service and all the various agencies that provide external security into a solid Department of Homeland Security. You may remember it's been headed up by Michael Chertoff, former U.S. Attorney, Napolitano, Judge Napolitano after, with the Obama administration. And so I think what we've seen, though, is that approach was put together if the threat was external, if there was a terrorist threat that was from outside attempting to come in. What's happened now is that same architecture was, by the way, experts said at the time, this will risk civil liberties. You're consolidating too much power in a central federal police bureaucracy. But now it's come to really be a problem because it's an internal threat, and it's the federal government itself that is acting as a destabilizing force in communities using the apparatus of Homeland Security. I think now it's become a mainstream position, which it wasn't just 6 months ago, that ICE has to be eliminated.
Okay, well, of course, that is something that stands to be seen in terms of what actually happens. Was there anything else that, I guess, very quick, we're almost out of time, Bob.
Yeah, you take the break. I'll see you on the other side. You can hold me over. You're the boss.
All right, well, I was speaking, of course, with City Hall, longtime City Hall reporter, and of course, WBAI's interim general manager, Bob Henley. He was speaking at the beginning of our conversation with New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, and then, of course, with yours truly. My name is Jenna Flanagan, and I will be back with you again in a few moments.
We're here to provide an update on the safety plans and precautions that we're going to be taking for this evening. The city of Minneapolis is filing a declaration after today's shooting to encourage the judge to rule on a temporary restraining order on Monday that would grant us immediate relief and would help stop this operation that has been so harmful to the city of Minneapolis. The state of Minnesota has resulted in multiple shootings and tragic deaths. I have formally requested assistance from the National Guard to support the limited number of officers that we have in the Minneapolis Police Department. We have around 600 officers in total. Days off have been canceled. Our incredible Minneapolis police officers have been working tirelessly to do their day-to-day work, and simultaneously, they are put in the middle of these chaotic situations. We will not be able to do this on our own, and so we are getting assistance from both mutual aid jurisdictions as well as the request to the governor for the National Guard, and we're appreciative of the assistance. Our community is
breaking in very quickly. You are listening to Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey speaking in Minneapolis.
And this additional support is necessary. And again, the chaos that we are seeing is caused directly by ICE, border control, and this federal administration. Our top priority is keeping our neighbors and businesses safe, and the additional support will help us do that. Our community service officers are helping to deliver food to families that are in need. Community members are out there peacefully protesting, making sure that their voices are heard. They're escorting workers to their jobs. They're taking care of daycares. It has been extraordinary how people around our city have stepped up during this difficult time. And there is an incredible group of leaders, senators and members of Congress that are here with me to deliver a powerful message in just a couple of minutes. We're also working closely with our immigration task force to make sure that clear and transparent information is coordinated. We'll continue to do everything in our power to keep our neighbors safe and to stand up for our immigrant communities.
Whew.
Most of the protests that we've seen have remained peaceful.
It is
Let's keep it that way.
treacherous.
Let's not counter Donald Trump's
You're very
chaos
wrong.
with our own version of chaos here. I understand that people are angry.
And you peed in
I'm
the
angry.
hallway.
I understand that people are experiencing trauma. It makes sense. Our communities have been placed on the very front line, and this has been ongoing now for weeks. It must end. Remember, it's only our city that will suffer if there is damage or destruction that is done. Finally, to the victim's family and friends, our hearts are with you. Our love goes out to you. I know that there is nothing that I can say right now that will ease the pain. But I hope you know that Minneapolis cares deeply for you. There are 435,000 residents that will do everything possible to stand with you. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief O'Hara, who can give more of an update on the plans for tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'm going to provide a brief update on the events today and our plans to maintain order in the city. I recognize that this is a volatile and emotional situation, and our focus remains, as it always has been, on de-escalation, slowing things down, and maintaining peace and order in this city. The situation is stable right now, and it is peaceful, and we intend to keep it that way. After our last press update, additional residents and demonstrators gathered today, and the situation deteriorated. Local and state law enforcement officers were surrounded on multiple sides by a mix of protesters and also agitators who engaged in unlawful acts. Individuals began erecting barricades, throwing glass bottles, ice chunks, and at least 2 separate fires were started in the immediate vicinity.
Hey, Pippi, stop it. Leave her alone.
The number one
No
priority
chasing.
of our police officers
No
is to
chasing.
protect life and maintain public safety for all people in our community.
Am I gonna go
And
see
so
if I
given
can
the
get
volatility
treats
and
for
rising
you?
public safety risks for residents, for demonstrators, and police officers, state and local law enforcement did deploy less lethal and gas munitions at that assembly in order to allow for a safe egress of law enforcement and to prevent further violence and damage. We do everything that we possibly can to de-escalate whenever possible. And the actions that were taken today were in response to a dangerous and escalating situation that already had multiple confrontations. The gathering at the scene now is peaceful, and we need everyone to respect the lives and property of all people in our community. In order to maintain that peace, we have established a vehicle exclusionary zone in the affected area. That zone has allowed traffic to be safely managed and has significantly reduced the risk of escalation, ensuring access to emergency vehicles for residents of the area and for lawful, peaceful demonstrations. This zone will be maintained by uniformed police officers of the Minneapolis Police Department, working alongside members of the Minnesota National Guard. National Guard members will be wearing fluorescent yellow safety traffic vests and will be working alongside uniformed Minneapolis police. In addition to the Minnesota State Patrol and Hennepin County Sheriff's Office that assisted the scene, the St. Paul Police, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, and numerous Hennepin County suburban police departments are assisting with answering 911 calls in the city of Minneapolis today.
You think
The loss of human life
possible to
yet
walk
again
down
is a
the street?
tragedy. We pray all people can recognize that. And we extend our condolences, as the mayor has said, to the loved ones of the deceased. To the people of our city, we understand that the pressure has been building for weeks. We understand the hurt and frustration that this causes. But again, if you choose to come out, if you choose to demonstrate, please stay assembled, please don't walk away. And understand that the men and women in this uniform standing here tonight are committed first and foremost to protecting the lives of every single person in this city. We will continue to monitor the updates, monitor the situation, and provide updates as needed.
Heart disease.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for your strong leadership during this crisis.
Pippi.
I'm joined today by Senator Smith, as well as Representatives
Pippi.
McCollum and Morrison, and joining us in a statement are Representatives Craig and Omar. Our message is really clear and straightforward. We need ICE out of Minnesota. They are not making us more safe. As this tragic killing this morning, as people saw visually on that video, showed that they're making us less safe. With 3,000 agents, which of course includes border control, outnumbering the sworn police officers in Minneapolis and St. Paul by 3 to 1, and even larger than the 10 metropolitan police departments. This is completely out of whack, completely out of balance, and now 3 people have been shot, 2 resulting in death. One, Renee Good, mother of 3, and now Alex Knight, a 37-year-old Minneapolis man of citizen, also a nurse. They both have families that love them very much. The city has been under siege, and I want to make something clear. The mayor and the police chief are doing their job for this city. It's not just the city. It's not just Minneapolis and St. Paul, as you'll hear from the members of Congress. It is the suburbs where kids have been lured in and abducted. It is small towns all across our state, rural areas. This has gone way beyond some stated purpose of the fraud investigation or apprehending violent offenders. That's not what this is about anymore, when you have 3,000 agents overwhelming sworn police officers. I took part in that peaceful and powerful march yesterday, all those peaceful people. And then we wake up this morning to this horror. As members of Congress, we are calling on this administration to get ICE out of our towns, off of our streets. It will make us more safe. We, as a congressional group up here, strongly opposed the ICE funding this week. We opposed it this summer when our Republican colleagues tripled the budget, $75 billion. It is now more than the FBI. They reduced the training from 5 months to 47 days. And these are the results. We are also calling for a full and transparent investigation. We have done this before, Minnesota, coordinating with local and state and federal law enforcement. And if they're not going to do it, then they need to get out of the way and allow our very professional Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to conduct the investigation into these killings. And finally, we call on our Republican colleagues to stand with us. I know they know what's going on here because it's happening in their own districts. We have, of course, these shootings, but it is a lot more than that. They know that something's wrong when a Hmong elder is pulled out of a house in his underwear and slippers,
an American
and
flag
they figure
patch
out
on the
about an
side.
hour later
This is great.
they got the wrong guy. In
Just
fact,
in
the guy
time
they
for
were looking
spring,
for is actually
you know,
in
when
jail.
the weather
Or
starts to
a
warm up a
2-year-old
little
that
bit.
takes my office work done, in addition to
Perfect for the
hundreds
spring.
more, who's
Throw this on.
taken with her dad and then put
And
on a
let
plane
everybody
to
know you're an
Texas
American
when her
patriot.
mom
Let
is
everybody know
desperately
that you're a
trying to get her.
USA
We
patriot.
got her back. But none of this should be happening. None of it. So we call on our Republican colleagues to join us because we have warned this administration, I have personally warned them that there would be more deaths, that more of this would happen, and clearly they're not listening. So we ask people around the country to talk to their Republican representatives to make clear that this is not the America that is ours. This has got to stop. And with that, I turn it over to my colleague, Senator Smith.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today, federal agents beat and then shot multiple times and killed 37-year-old Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a U.S. citizen, a Minneapolis resident, and a eyewitness video shows once again reckless, violent, and dangerous federal agents taking the life of a Minnesota.
I just heard that.
Rather than following standard law enforcement practices focused on public safety and de-escalation, they have killed another person. And the Trump administration has already called Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist.
And all the power's out everywhere. So like all the neighborhoods down power could be for a week.
To his family and to his friends. And all Americans should be outraged at this unaccountable, violent federal force which is operating with impunity in our state. And you need to know, America, that if it can happen here, it can happen in your community too. So we gather here to say, first, I want to say to the president, you must stop.
Okay, so I want to tell you guys
immediately and send these ICE agents home so our communities can be safe.
Yesterday I noticed that there was blood in my
It
yard.
is essential that trusted and partial state investigators at the BCA are allowed to fully investigate what happened here today. Third, I urge my neighbors to express our grief and outrage at this killing and at the federal invasion of our cities peacefully. And with the love that we showed yesterday when so many thousands of us showed up in support of our community. And finally, we must have our Republicans in Congress. They must join with us to condemn this violent and unfettered violent abuse of power and to stop it. And they can do that by refusing to fund this agency so long as it continues to kill and terrorize Americans. That is what Senator Klobuchar and I will be working on in the United States Senate. And I just want to close by thanking so much the local law enforcement and fire departments, not only here in Minneapolis, but all across the state that have been doing everything that they could, everything that you can to keep our cities safe. I once worked in City Hall, and I know what it's like, and I'm so grateful for their relentless work to keep our communities safe.
So she
Representative Hall.
to kindly have
Well, we have a saying in Congress that we agree and reflect in our remarks those that have spoken before us. Some have took a slightly different tack. You know, today, this morning, Saturday, we lost another life. And it didn't have to be that way. To all the protesters who have been out there peacefully protesting, who have been harmed and injured, it shouldn't be happening to you. But I want to take a second, as Senator Smith was, just to reflect on the community. St. Constantius in Minneapolis, the East End Metro, we're united, as well as all Minnesotans. My families have been leaning off the hook from frustrated members of communities that are asking me to talk to their Republican members of Congress to do something about the escalation of chaos and violence that has been caused by the presence of the Department of Homeland Security. Representative Morrison and I, along with Representative Omar and Craig, had an opportunity to show with our votes on the House floor just this week how disappointed we are that the president refuses to listen. Oh, we're more than disappointed. We are outraged. Part of the bill that was on the floor was to provide more body cameras for ICE. Well, they have them already in the thousands, and they refuse to wear them. So Secretary Dow
have your officers suit up and put on their body cameras, just like our law enforcement does. Our law enforcement here, we appreciate you, especially those of you who are working the extra shifts. To the school boards, to the community service volunteers, everybody out there in this community, you make us so proud to represent you in the United States Congress. We hold our head up high with how Minnesota is reacting to this. We celebrate 250 years of this United States of America. And I'll close with quoting Benjamin Franklin. He came out of the Constitutional Convention and he said, it's a republic if you can keep it. Well, we're showing we want to keep it a republic with peaceful protesting. Stay calm, be safe, take care of one another. And when you see a National Guards person out there trying to relieve one of our police officers, know that they're there to protect you. So please respect everyone out there trying to keep us safe. With that, I'd like to welcome up my colleague from the West Metro, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Representative Cullen. You know, the day after tens of thousands of Minnesotans showed the world how to stand up peacefully against this administration's cruelty, lawlessness, and unacceptable occupation, and demand that ICE leave our state and end this federal invasion, the world is watching yet again as one of Donald Trump's federal agents have shot and killed another United States citizen in broad daylight in the middle of the street. First, we lost Renee Nicole Good, and now Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a 37-year-old man, a Minnesotan, an ICU nurse, a resident looking out for his neighbors as Minnesotans always do. And I do want to pause and offer my deepest sympathy and profound condolences to Mr. Preddy's family and friends. I am so sorry for your unimaginable loss. And we are once again now being asked to deny what we saw with our own eyes. We watched the videos of a masked federal agent shooting Alex in the back multiple times while he was pinned down by more than 6 other masked federal agents. And once again, DHS has come out with a predetermined narrative that contradicts everything we saw with our own eyes. 2 37-year-old Minnesotans are now dead. A poet and a nurse. For what? We cannot lose any more lives. We need a full, transparent, and comprehensive investigation led by our BCA. And ICE and Border Patrol need to halt all operations in the state and leave immediately. And Congress cannot be complicit in facilitating these lethal operations and federal occupation of our cities. We are standing here as a united front today, pleading for our Republican colleagues who control the Congress and who took the same oath to defend the Constitution and uphold the rule of law that we did, to stand up and stop this. Put your state and your country first. Put it ahead of your loyalty to this president.
I don't think you can handle it out of there.
Minnesotans are in agony, watching their communities terrorized and families torn apart. ICE and CBP agents are traumatizing our communities, violating Minnesotans' constitutional rights, unlawfully detaining and arresting United States citizens, racially profiling people, forcing schools, restaurants, and businesses to close. And people are dying at the hands of these federal agents. It has to stop now before anyone else is hurt.
I'll take you out the front when I get back.
And I
The
return
back
to you.
is not, I can't even get up there. Look.
I'll just point out, again, the difference between tens of thousands of people just yesterday peacefully protesting, standing up for their neighbors, no injuries, no damage to property. That is how Minnesota and Minneapolis shows up versus what we saw again this morning. That is what is causing chaos on our streets. Those actions that we saw on video, and you can believe your own eyes. With that, we'll open it to questions.
Can I have a hug before I go out there? Can I get a hug? Oh, yeah. Yes, I need a hug to get, I need a hug. I needed that.
Right now, we are focused on getting ice out of the state. And of course, we will use every lever that we have. But I do remind people that Donald Trump runs the White House. And sadly, because today we have not seen Republican members of Congress standing up, he also seems to run the Congress. But the point here is that there are many changes that we can make. You know, why aren't we helping fund local law enforcement? Instead of what they did with this bill last summer where they tripled the budget. And why aren't they pledging to have a full investigation of what happened?
I don't know what that
I
means.
have a lot of respect for our local law enforcement here, and I appreciated the work of some of my colleagues who talked about the fact that people have to differentiate here with what they're doing on the front line every single day. So there are many things we could do. Budgets are a value choice. And that's what we're asking our Republican colleagues to do. I work across the aisle all the time. I work with them. And I know that many of them understand that what's going on right now is wrong. And so the way to get to a higher ground, honestly, is to get them to get ice out of our state right now, to call the president, to speak out as we have been doing day after day after day. And to remember these little kids who are afraid to go to school. And to remember the people who are legal citizens who are wrestled to the ground, yelling, I'm born here, I was born here. And to remember these two that we've lost. And I hope that's something that they all take home and that the people of this country do as they look at how they can get this administration to stop this.
Real turning into a real yearning, emotional. It's turning into a very emotional, long-lasting embrace.
So there's two forms of requests that we have been asking for. The first was this temporary restraining order.
Do you think that
the other possibility is some form of injunctive relief? Now, I don't want to go too into details because I'm bound to get something wrong. But the question is one of urgency and immediacy. The issue is that we recently saw somebody shot and badly injured. We then saw somebody shot and killed, and that was the second one. Chief, I think we've only had 3 homicides in the city this year. Is that right? 2 of them, ICE. 3 homicides. 2 of them were from ICE. And so the relief that we're asking for is stopping this Operation Metro Surge in the immediacy. Is preventing this massive influx of agents that is making it very difficult for us to do our jobs in the city as well as we need to do them. And we need to do regular day law enforcement as well. Yes?
If they find a search warrant this morning, do you think they'll abide by a court order from the federal judge?
They have to abide. So the question is, they defied a search warrant this morning. Will they abide by a court order by a federal judge? Hey, everybody listen to that question. The question is, will this administration abide by a court order? These are the underpinnings of our democracy, of our republic, and of this Constitution. The answer better be yes. Whether you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, you abide by those court orders. The answer has to be yes if you are a patriot for this country. And so, yes, my expectation is that they will abide by the court order because there is not an alternative.
The rhetoric today seems back to where it was in the aftermath of Renee Good, if not even higher. Senator Klobuchar posted on X, Stephen Miller, the president slammed Senator Klobuchar's post. This is going on. The vitriol is through the roof on social media. Is there any way, or how are you going to come together? I mean, is there any way to approach the other side?
Yeah. I'll answer for myself and from the city's perspective, and certainly turn it to Senator Klobuchar. I want everyone to just quickly look at the juxtaposition between the way that Minneapolis is showing up and the way that the federal government is showing up. I want you to look at the difference between the elected leaders and our chiefs that you've heard talk just before me. They're calling for peace. They're calling for peace notwithstanding this horrific action from the federal government. What are they doing? They're not investigating the person that killed our citizens. They're investigating us. This is political retaliation. This is about a political narrative, and that narrative is making people less safe.
Let me log in.
A number of us have spent the last few weeks making our views clear, standing our ground, but also reaching out to this administration, to Republican leaders, to try to get them to understand how dangerous this is, how unsafe this is. I met with chiefs from across the metropolitan area. Chief O'Hara was on this call, and they have been reaching out, some of them publicly, some of them behind closed doors. The business community has been reaching out. I have been personally reaching out to the president's chief of staff and spoken with her. We have done this day after day after day, so we're not just shutting out any discussions, but we've been explaining to them, and I know the governor has, how dangerous this situation is. And I specifically told people that someone else was going to die. I said this a few days ago. I said it might be by a car, it might be by some other way. And it just seems like you hope that they're going to de-escalate, and then they keep escalating it up. Right now, I hope they're listening, and I mostly hope that our Republican colleagues are listening and that they will step in, even if it's behind closed doors. If they will make those calls and say, we've got to end this now, and we've got to bring those people out of Minnesota and let our local law enforcement do our jobs. And I'll let some of my colleagues answer this.
Well, I'll just say that I completely agree with the mayor and the senator. But I mean, it is my obligation as a United States Senator to speak about what I think is happening in my state and to define it for what I think it is. That is my job. And one thing I have learned about this president is that he does not respond to appeasement. He is a bully. He does not respond to people who appease him. He responds much better to strength than he does to weakness. And I think what we have seen in this state, I am so proud of it. We have seen a combination of strength and peacefulness that really says who we are. And I believe that that is our best path forward for trying to convince this administration that the path that they are on is dangerous to public safety, and it is a losing path that they must abandon.
So we're just wondering when this is going to be over. I think a lot of people are feeling very tired and are just wondering when this is going to end. What's your message to your constituents?
It will be over when we speak as one voice, as one Minnesota, as everybody has been out in the streets. You know, ICE was here in June, and there wasn't any problem. We weren't happy about it. There were people who we were concerned about the way that deportations and arrests were happening. We were worried. But we handled it in a peaceful way. The escalation now is not because Minnesota changed. It is because this White House and Stephen Miller have decided to change their tactics here. It will end.
Okay.
It will end when our colleagues who are hearing from their constituents because they are reaching out to me and others, listen to their constituents and stand with their constituents and not stand with a White House that is not following the Constitution, breaking our laws, and not living up to the values of this country. That's when it will end.
What do you think the end game is for Donald Trump at this point? What is he hoping to accomplish with this? Anybody out there?
I don't think it is.
Look, I do not pretend to know what Donald Trump is thinking. I do know what they're saying publicly. And on the one hand, they're talking about this being an action that is required for safety, and it is doing exactly the opposite. It is creating danger in our state. Again, if this were about safety, there would be many, many options our governor has stated, I have stated, we are very much willing, in fact, we have been working with them to apprehend violent offenders, to prosecute these cases, to get criminals off of the streets. That is not what we are talking about right now. They are also saying is that this is.
Okay, you have been listening to Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey and Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar in a recent press conference, yesterday in reaction to the Border Patrol killing of Alex Reddy. All right, it is looking like maybe not all schools in New York and New Jersey, but most will be closed tomorrow. But a snow day, it just ain't what it used to be. And so here joining us to talk about what remote learning in the post-COVID world is Leanne Handsome with Class Size Matters. Is on tonight and every Sunday at 7 p.m. on WBAI. Leanne, welcome to the show.
Hi, my name's actually Leonie.
Oh, Lanny, I'm so sorry. My goodness.
You got it.
Well, no, but still, I want to get it correct. So, Lanny, but Lanny, so first of all, tell us what is it that at least going to school tomorrow remotely is most likely going to look like?
Well, first of all, most middle school and high schoolers had the day off already because there was a pre-scheduled professional development day for teachers. So we're mostly talking about elementary school students. And apparently there are going to be different login times for each school. And so hopefully parents will have gotten notification from the principals about what time their kids are supposed to be logging in remotely. And we're hoping that that will go smoothly. I think the mayor made a good decision in not having an in-person school day. I know that a lot of...
And we're talking specifically for New York City public schools.
New York City public schools are going to be logging in remotely for elementary school students. There's a day off for middle school and high school students already. And they're going to be logging on at different times in order to not overstretch the system, which has happened in the past occasionally when nearly 1 million kids have been logging on at the same time, the system gets overloaded. So they're going to have varied times for logging in the morning and a staggered start time. So in most cases, I can't guarantee this, but in most cases, what I think is going to happen is that kids and their parents will be logging in at a staggered time, and there won't be a requirement to be online all day. In many cases, they'll just have to be online for a little bit. They may get an assignment or something like, write, what you did today, and there'll be plenty of time, hopefully, for kids to enjoy the snow for the rest of the
I was going to say, as a child, at least as a middle schooler who already has the day off, a middle schooler would know that I can't write that essay until I've had the day to myself, but that's for older kids. Is there anything, uniquely challenging because if you're talking about elementary school kids that are going to be logging in at staggered times, then we're talking about families with young children. And these also tend to be the same families that have working parents who are probably also working remotely. From what we learned during the COVID pandemic, does this kind of remote schooling bring about any unique challenges? And again, we're talking about elementary school children.
So absolutely, I think that there was one lesson that everybody learned during the pandemic is that remote schooling for most kids does not work well. It's very hard to keep kids engaged, excited about participating. Teachers feel overwhelmed, especially when they have large classes, but it tends to really alienate kids, and it is not as fulfilling an experience when you're learning through a screen. We already have problems, I think, in schools that when kids are learning through screens and computers too much, even when they're in school. And this is an ongoing problem. But when you're logging in from home, the problems just multiply because there are distractions at home. Often there are not enough computers for all the kids, and as you said, parents are trying to do their own work often, and that can be very distracting. So I think it's good that they're doing staggered login times, and that will hopefully keep the system from overloading. But in any case, I doubt very much that in most cases they're going to keep kids online for more than maybe a half an hour in the morning. I don't know that for sure, but I would guess that's true, that the chancellor's already said there's going to be plenty of time to go outside to play or do whatever the family might want to do. And hopefully it'll just be one day and that the snow will be cleaned up enough for kids to be able to attend school on Tuesday. However, it is going to be very cold during the week, and there are all sorts of problems that arise with a very cold day. A lot of kids take either public transportation or private busing to school in New York City, and these private busing companies often show up late or miss the stop, so you're going to have kids and maybe their parents standing on the street for a long time in very cold weather, and all those problems are going to, I would guess, be serious for the week to come.
So those would have been factored into the decision for the remote learning?
Well, yeah, I don't think, I think that, you know.
I asked because those are considerations that I hadn't even thought about, but that would make sense if you've got small kids or kids of any age that are in these, like, you know, below freezing temperatures, standing, waiting.
Yeah, no, I think that's going to be a problem throughout the week. I've not read anything about it. I don't know anything for sure. But what we do know is that kids in New York City who have private busing for various reasons often encounter real problems with the busing. The busing system in general is unreliable, and there have been issues with it for years. So I am concerned about Tuesday through Friday. It's supposed to be very cold. I don't know how the cold weather is going to further complicate this pattern and possibly expose a lot of kids to dangerous cold levels. And, you know, but I don't imagine that there's going to be remote for Tuesday and Friday. We haven't heard anything about it from the mayor, and I presume they're going to want to get kids in the schools as quickly as possible.
Well, speaking of getting kids in the schools, I want to pivot away from the sort of snow day, I guess, remote snow day, etc. But when it comes to the presence of ice in cities, now ice is not at the levels in New York City in which it has been seen in Minneapolis, but there are now increasing stories definitely coming out of Minneapolis, and I would guess as well as New York City and perhaps cities in New Jersey as well, where you have families that are becoming fearful, if not downright holding their kids out of school out of fear of ice. Very recently, God, I'm losing track of days, but very recently we saw the story of 5-year-old Liam, who was picked up with his dad coming home from preschool. And for all intents and purposes, ICE agents had him knock on his family's door, trying to entice his mother and anyone else in the household to come out. Like,
this was in Minneapolis.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying that, like, with something like that happening, I would imagine that if you were an immigrant family or a mixed documentation family and you had school-age children, you might now be thinking for the first time ever, I don't know if I want to send my kids to school.
Well, this has been a problem that's been happening throughout the school year from September onward, that there have been individual cases of New York City students picked up by ICE and sent to different, holding detention centers. And so it's been very, very disturbing for a lot of families. A lot of immigrant families are very concerned about that. I have not heard of any cases recently on this, knock on wood, but it has been an ongoing concern for the last, 6 months or so. And some of these kids have been returned to their families and others, I believe, have not. So this is an ongoing problem, and we just really hope and pray that we don't get the mass inundation and harassment of ICE agents in the way that we've seen it happening in Minneapolis, which has really been outrageous and incredibly dangerous for everybody, including children, their parents, and onlookers who are trying to do their best to protect them.
Well, in covering or discussing issues like this, I also wonder, do we know what the ripple effects are? For example, like so much is focused on, just the emotional, psychological, spiritual trauma that is inflicted on the immigrant child. But I would imagine, like, again, going back to Liam's case in Minneapolis, his classmates have got to be equally traumatized. Their friend who was there one day just disappeared.
Oh, it's terrible. I mean, I'm sure it affects the whole school, it affects the whole community, and it's ultimately very, very tragic for the families involved and for the school environment as well, because, as you said, it causes other kids in similar situations to want to stay home and not come to school. And yet we know, and there has been some suggestion that they should be provided with remote learning, and that has not been set up in a systematic way and does not really provide the learning conditions that kids deserve. So I'm looking at a story now about ICE shipping a 7-year-old New York City student and his mom to Texas detention that happened last year. And these stories do recur, and they are very tragic, and they are, very unfortunate.
Wow. Well, I want to pivot to something perhaps a little bit more positive, and that would be the recent announcement from New York State Governor Kathy Hochul and, of course, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani about basically the child care program, the free child care program that will be extended to 2-year-olds and will eventually be extended across around the rest of the state, I should say. How do you see that as a benefit? I mean, already I have seen people criticize this program saying, oh, but where's this money coming from? To which I'm like, I'm pretty sure they covered that in the press conference, but how do you see the inclusion of free childcare for every child in New York City, at least right now?
Well, it's not going to happen right away. We know that certain, I think 2,000 extra kids, if I have my data right, for next year, and so it's going to be phased in over time. I think that there is, according to one study I wrote, there's enough space, especially in home centers right now, and in CBOs for those additional students. We're going to have more children. We're going to have to be very careful on how this program is instituted and implemented, because what we saw with the expansion of 3K and 4K was that under Mayor de Blasio, they further overcrowded already overcrowded elementary schools, and at the same time drew thousands of kids out of community-based organizations and home-based centers that had long been providing pre-K. And it put a lot of them in economic peril, and it actually caused some of them to close down. And meanwhile, the elementary schools, as I said, became more overcrowded. And now 3/4 of the elementary schools that do not have space to lower class size, according to the law that was passed a few years ago, have pre-K and pre-K classes within them. And so one thing that I would caution the mayor and the people implementing this program is to not further overcrowd our elementary schools. There's also a lot of research showing that pre-K, and early childhood centers are higher quality when they're based in community-based organizations and home-based centers, which provide a calmer and more small-scale setting for very young children. Compared to the chaotic, noisy, and as I said, almost often overcrowded experience that they have in a public school. And they're also more apt to focus on play-based activities, which we've learned are much better for children's cognitive development than the kind of academic focus that is too publicized in our public schools. So we want play-based centers, we want them in small-scale centers, we want them as much as possible in community-based organizations and as I said, home-based centers, rather than in the public schools, many of which are already very overcrowded and do not have space for the smaller classes that, of course, are very, very critical for the cognitive and intellectual growth of students starting in kindergarten.
How does all of this fit in for you against the backdrop of President Trump's attack on Head Start, though?
Yeah, well, he's been trying to hold back money from Head Start, and then it's been stopped by the court, and the money has resumed. He's continually trying to cut funds for early childhood and for education. But as far as I know, most of these things have been held up by the court. And he's actually relented on a couple of his plans to cut child care money. And also, he had threatened New York State and a couple of other states that had diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. They would cut the money to those schools, and the state fought back, and the AG, the Attorney General, sued in court, and now the Trump administration has actually withdrawn that proposal. It's one of the few times that I've seen them actually withdraw their appeal in court. So he's blustered a lot, he's made a lot of threats to really dismantle public education, but recently in some of the funding proposals and bills in Congress, they've restored a lot of that money. So far we have not seen the terrible cuts and slashes to public education and early childhood that were threatened by the Trump administration over the last year.
Well, let me ask this question, because whereas we know that there's a lot of voices in the current administration, very high up, who are also advocating for what they're calling much more traditional roles, let's say. And one of them is that a mom should be home with the kids and she should be doing all of this preschool work. Is there any indication about the unique benefits of having a small child in not just daycare but also pre-K?
Yeah, there's a lot of research that shows that pre-K benefits kids from many different points of view in terms of their the development of their ability to cooperate with other children, engage in activities which accentuate and accelerate their cognitive development. But again, it has to be very carefully focused on certain kinds of activities that are not too academically focused. There was one really interesting study, which I actually interviewed the director of that study a couple of years ago on my WBAI radio show Talk Out of School, which actually did a randomized large-scale controlled study of kids some kids been assigned to pre-K and other kids that had not been assigned to pre-K. And they found that the kids who had not been randomly assigned to pre-K ended up doing better, testing better in third grade when the standardized testing started. And it's kind of a shocking result because it doesn't necessarily align with other research. But it was really the best designed large-scale randomized study I've seen on this, and that's the best kind of the most reliable and valid kind of research to do. And I asked the research director why she thought the results were so bad for kids who've been randomly assigned to pre-K. And she said because she thought the pre-Ks were in school, that they were too academically focused, that undercut or weakened both their social emotional development and their cognitive development, so that by the time they got to third grade, they did actually less well in terms of their achievement. And it was her recommendation at that point that all these programs be very carefully structured and be held outside of regular public schools.
All right, well, let me also ask you about the challenges for homeless students. We know right now, at least in New York, we're talking upwards of 150,000 kids for the 2024-2025 last school year. Just so much the teachers have to deal with. What are the unique challenges that are going to be faced for homeless students?
You mean in general or during the?
Well, I mean, we can start, very close to tomorrow with the remote learning. We were talking about, of course, are there enough devices in the home and, what's going on in the home and those challenges. But if you are a homeless student, you could be in, housing or something with your family, but so many questions come up, like shelter life, things of that nature.
Right, so theoretically anyway, all these kids, homeless kids, are supposed to be provided with laptops or devices that they can log into their classes remotely. I think recently more than 350,000 students were received internet-enabled devices. So hopefully they have the mechanism by which that they can go online. They're also supposed to be assistants in the various shelters, coordinators, specifically to support those families and those kids who need support to make sure that they can either log in remotely or can get to school. But there's been a lot of controversy and criticism that the support structure is not strong enough.
Okay, I'm so sorry, but we do have to wrap and we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so very much for joining us. Oh my goodness, you're gonna have to say it for me one more time. I forgot already. Laney, thank you so much, Laney.
Talk out of school, and by the way, at 7 p.m. people should listen in because I have a show about the dangers of artificial intelligence that are being used in the classroom.
Exactly, expanding on all these issues in a much more in-depth and important way. Laney, thank you so much for joining us. You've been listening to WBAI Pacifica Labor Radio in New York and New Jersey, live rolling coverage of Winter Storm Ferd and Ice. Special thanks to our producers, Jesse Lent, Keziah Glow, and of course, Bob Henley. This program is made possible thanks to contributions from unions representing 3 million households, including the American Federation of Government Employees representing over 800,000 federal workers.
Just another day for the head brigade, another party for the reaper. They say deny your eyes, release comply or die or hail the glorious leader. The branches cry was heard through the night for another precious martyr. How many times for the changing tides to bring the ladies mighty hammer? All the battles just begun, all the freedom to be won. Hide in the shadow would be king, oh, resistance bells shall ring. The mass they wear can have the murderous stare of the fascist armed invaders. It's not a means to win there, it's just the evil intent of the LinkedIn white crusaders. But the rebellious sparks that spring from love-filled hearts won't be coerced into submission. With every passing day, all is set the stage for the coming revolution. Oh, the battle's just begun. Oh, the freedom to be won. And in the shadow would be king. Oh, resistance bells shall ring. Oh, the battle's just begun. Oh, there's freedom to be won. And in the shadow would be king. Oh, resistance bells shall ring. Through the dark and stormy days, oh, the fight is not in vain. Hey, Nelly, Nelly, come to the window. Hey, Nelly, Nelly, look at what I see. He's riding into town on his way back. You got a call a black hat and he looks like a fool. He sure is talking like he's been to school. And it's 1853. Hey Nelly, Nelly, listen to what he's saying. Hey Nelly, Nelly, he says it's getting late. And he says them black folks should all be free to walk around the same as you and me. He's talking about a thing he calls democracy. And it's 1858. Hey Nelly, Nelly, hear the band playing. Hey Nelly, Nelly, hand me down my gun. 'Cause the men are cheering and the boys are too. They're all putting on their coats of blue. I can't sit around here and talk to you. 'Cause it's 1861. Hey Nelly, Nelly, come to the window. Hey Nelly, Nelly, I come home alive. My coat of blue is stained with red, and the man in the tall black hat is dead. We shall remember all the things he said in 1865. Hey Nelly, Nelly, come to the window. Hey Nelly, Nelly, look at what I see. I see white folks and colored walking side by side. They're walking in a column that's a century wide. It's still long and a hard and a bloody ride in 1963.
And you're listening to WBAI, and that was Hey Nelly Nelly by Judy Collins. And before that, Staten Watkins, Rebellion's Bells, new, just released. We're probably the first radio station in America to play that song, maybe in the world. And you are listening to WBAI. It's 1 minute before 6 p.m., and that is the Abolitionist Show with Frenchie Davis. So stand by. Just to remind you, it is snowing outside. I can look out the window. I don't have to look at the weather. And it's cold, and I hoofed it through the snow, and I've been listening to the reports, and I advise, based on reports, all New Yorkers to stay at home, listen to WBAI, cuddle with somebody warm, or a cup of hot cocoa, and enjoy this beautiful winter day, and keep a warm spot in our heart for the homeless people out there who have to live in it. And we hope that our new mayor is keeping that in mind. That said, again, you are listening to WBAI New York. It is 6 p.m. Stay tuned for the Abolitionist Show.
Felt like the weight of the world was on my shoulders. Pressure to break or retreat at every turn. Facing the fear that the truth had discovered. No telling how all this will work out, but I've come too far to go back now. I am looking for freedom, looking for freedom. And to find it cost me everything I had. Well, I am looking for freedom. Looking for freedom. Oh, everything I hate. I know all too well it don't come easy. The chains of the world, they seem to move in time.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Abolitionists from the Institute of Emotional Literacy, where emotional literacy equals freedom. I'm your host, Frenchie Davis, and every Sunday we get freer by having these pivotal conversations. So if you're like the rest of the East Coast, you are holding the fort down, staying warm, staying informed, meditation, prayers, having some good green tea with some honey. You're doing the right things right now. You're focusing and you're tuned in here to the Abolitionists here from 6 to 7 p.m. every Sunday. And I'm excited to have this conversation today. Our focus today is the groundbreaking book, Liberating Abortion. Claiming our history, sharing our stories, and building the reproductive future we deserve. It's a book that tells the truth about abortion as part human history, human care, and human survival. And don't we need that right now? Because before we move forward, we need to talk about and highlight what is happening right here in New York City, because abortion access, maternal health, and survival don't exist in isolation. New York City is facing a full-blown nursing crisis. Hospitals across the city are operating with dangerously understaffed units, particularly in labor and delivery, postpartum care, emergency rooms, neonatal intensive care units. Nurses are leaving bedside care in record numbers due to burnout, unsafe patient ratios, stagnant wages, and moral injury. Being forced to choose which patient gets care is diabolical. And let me be clear, you cannot have safe reproductive or maternal health care without nurses. And when nurses are stretched too thin, what suffers first is time. And time is everything in pregnancy and childbirth. That means slower response to hemorrhage, missing warning signs of preeclampsia or sepsis, less postpartum monitoring, fewer lactation and mental health supports, shorter hospital stays pushed by insurance pressure. So New York is often seen as a safe state for reproductive care. But safety on paper does not equal safety in practice when the workforce is literally collapsing. So maternal mortality doesn't only rise because of bans, it rises when systems are understaffed, overworked, and underfunded. So today, I'm honored to welcome our guest, Renee Bracy Sherman, who is a reproductive justice activist, founder of We Testify, executive producer of Ours to Tell, abortion storyteller, and co-author of this amazing book called Liberating Abortion. And to add a bonus, her co-author, Regina Mahone, who's a senior editor, writer, co-author of Liberating Abortion, also works to examine how race, class, and narrative shape reproductive policy and public understanding. This conversation is not abstract. It is about bodies. It is about life. It is about emotional, physical, and medical survival. So welcome, 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 Renee and Regina. It's so good to have you here on the Abolitionists.
Thank you so much for having us. We're really excited to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad, Renee, we met in a very special circle and opportunity. The freedom was happening, the vibe was happening, and to meet you through a former host at WBAI, who actually, if it were not for Esther Armand, I would not be here today with the abolitionists. So shout out to Esther. So this is a special circle, how all of this has come full circle today. I want to begin by first having the both of you and Regina talk about why you wrote this book, Liberating Abortion, because you are literally taking and removing the shame and the marginalization away from how we view this very specific set of reproductive care. And so I want to hear how did you form this union, develop this think piece, and why?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having us on The Abolitionists. We are really excited and feel very fortunate to be here. And yeah, I absolutely want to take a step back and sort of talk a bit more about what happened, how we ended up with this book. Because our book, we started our book over 5 years ago, but when it was first published in 2024, it comes out at this pivotal moment for abortion access. We're hearing about the stories like those you shared at the top of this hour, the structural issues, the systemic issues happening in hospitals, happening in cities where care should be available and people being denied access to that care. And we're hearing the stories in particular in the southern states around people being denied life-saving care because of these abortion bans, or being forced to stay pregnant and they're being tethered to their abusers. And these stories are so important. But what is missing when people are learning about abortion and about these issues is this context that we share in our book. Because Black women have always been the canaries in the coal mine. Black women, we've experienced sexual violence, forced reproduction, medical experimentation, coercive or forced sterilizations, the indiscriminate removal of children, mass incarceration. Like, this is a very long list and I could go on. Police killings, it is on and on. And so we knew in writing this book that we needed to frame it around this history of this reproductive history. And because Black women have also been very clear about the need for reproductive justice. It wasn't solely abortion rights, it wasn't solely reproductive rights, it was reproductive justice, because that was what was needed to achieve liberation. And that's a framework that demands that we have the right to personal bodily autonomy, to have children, to not have children, and to parent the children we have in safe and sustainable communities where children are not being killed on the streets, right? But on this road, on this fight for reproductive rights, these demands, these experiences have been the very first ones to be disregarded as people are working legislation through in Congress and at the state level. And so our book, Liberating Abortion, exists to tell that history, like I said, and really to share the stories. I mean, Renee and I interviewed over 50 people of color who've had abortions, including the 4 Congress members of color who had shared their personal experiences at the time we were writing our book. And we learned a number of them had had more than one abortion. But those stories don't get told, right? Like, there's a lot of erasure that happens when we're doing storytelling because of shame, because of stigma, because of the way that people don't ask those questions, don't want the full story and full truth and full humanity of being a person in this world without comprehensive sex education and all of the resources and tools that we need to care for ourselves. And so we're really putting all of these things in this, very big, it's a big book, in a big context to explain that history and to share those stories. And so that's really, what we were doing and as we were putting this book together, and then as it comes out, that's the context in which it's being introduced. And we do include a number of things in the book, like affirmations for people who have so alongside the history, this like rich history of abortion going back thousands of years, and how we went from that, where people were, getting the resources they needed to have abortions from their gardens, to it being criminalized and that whole throughway. We're also offering people, a guide and a vision for a future where they can support their loved ones. So, what to do when you're expecting an abortion or someone you love is expecting an abortion, and how you can support them. So including in the book all of those resources. And I'll kick it to Renee in case you'd like to add anything else about, the history of our book creation.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say that we wrote this book because when we had our abortions, we were searching for something like this, and it didn't exist. Every time we read books about the history of abortion, they always started right before the legalization of abortion across the nation with the Roe v. Wade decision in 1973. And they talked about folks of color, and particularly Black folks, as an afterthought. And we really wanted to retell the story, but talk about what our ancestors were doing and bring that history to the forefront, and also highlight the people who have been trying to liberate abortion throughout the 6,500-year documented history of abortion, and those who are doing it right now in this moment, and tie it to not only a reproductive justice lens and a reproductive justice framework to ensure that we all have the ability to decide if, when, and how to grow our families in safe and sustainable communities, but tie that to abolition and decriminalization and a world in which we all get to live liberated lives.
Thank you so much for that. And quite honestly, for the history of this particular reproductive agency and access, the book is not even big enough. Like, it's a sizable book, but that's because we have generally thought of this particular type of reproductive care in a very narrow lens. And the lens has always been way too narrow. Just a few weeks ago, I had highlighted how birth rates for Black women particularly have decreased by 20%. And I talked about how profound it was. And there were people who were very uncomfortable with why I found that to be so profound and positive. And I was thinking about the agency that women now have, what's left of it anyway. I was thinking about the decisions that women get to make, considering that maternal mortality rates in America specifically are extremely high, and at like almost 40% for Black women specifically. And so Black women and women of color are forced to make very different decisions based on poverty and access in America. And so I'm thinking, like, if you don't want people to have to make this decision, then you're going to have to set up America that allows women to bring life into this world without the threat of their own, without the threat of their child's life, with the opportunity to be the mother to that child that they deserve, with access to healthcare, access to food, access to parent care, maternity leave, paternity leave, none of which is provided to American citizens But so many are demanding that women just throw caution to the wind despite the very real numbers that exist. And this is part of the reason why this choice is and can be so liberating.
So much of the conversation around abortion, it feels like because of all of the rhetoric and the narrative
Do we
hear,
need to hear this now?
it separates out abortion as if abortions happen in a vacuum, like that people only have abortions, when in fact, people can have abortions and pregnancies and have pregnancies and then need abortion care right
High
after
amount
that
of
pregnancy.
viewers
It is a spectrum.
on the
all of
animal
these things
cam.
are related. And so we have to think about people encountering,
Tuning into the radio.
conditions throughout their lifetime and making different decisions or the same decisions throughout those experiences. So
How
that's one
about
thing that
this?
the other case pregnant women who denied care, like Republicans say, I'm supporting other people who denied care and dying from a totally preventable condition. And we talk about how over for people who need health care. So it is all of these things. Condition treatment.
Treatment. But because the law is actually threatening doctors actually perform to make these decisions. So, like,
Killing.
This
That's also about the criminalization. The station is talking about abolition. And I think what so fascinating is the younger teachers get when it's going up to the hospital, we take care of that.
Really, I brought you treats. Oh, yeah.
Some sort of hard. And that they no one. No. And check the as we there's a couple back to the street. Sending people to do it.
So by creating these laws,
I don't know if I can enjoy the product.
Right.
Secondly, you shook hands. Hello.
My brush. Are people digging this The mix de Rodriguez. Is it snowing where you are?
And what I said earlier this week, obviously it's not. I actually don't think it's actually the point. So the point shows how even if you want to quote that is separate types of rules that we are governed by, and then version of liberation. Numbers as far as numbers higher, who is liberation? And there musical break. You know, be doing it after. Your calls, your 212-205-267, 209-7. And hold 212-209. 209-287. We're doing them at home. So this is great. Join us. And here's the leave her alone. Leave her alone. Vicky, cut it out. Don't chase it. Stop it. Don't chase it. Don't chase it. Want to walk upstairs? That's what's gonna happen. I want to. I know. I wish I had more treats for you.
How about I make you a snack? Overturned Roe v. Wade. Did not call this out. Quite frankly, there you go. It's basic. No. Fetal. also doesn't have. Let's, get in a. There you go.
Might not be listening to.
So. Uber. Uber. I want to thank you. What? It does not matter. And again, it's just so interesting because we live in a world where men
At least she didn't die. At least she didn't die all of a sudden. She was in when you would never would have expected her to. Why?
But
yeah, you don't know what I'm going through. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna.
It's not just women, cisgender women, it's also trans people, right? Because there is this idea that we are all supposed to behave in a certain way. We're supposed to adhere to this gender binary, to this patriarchal system in which men are heads of the household and white people are in charge and the rest of us should, fall in these little lines. And anything outside of that is considered a problem. And that really also can only work if there are no repercussions for the people who are in charge, who are at the top. And they want to control bodily autonomy. They want to control all of your decisions, but you actually cannot step outside of the line. And that is why this is tied to all other aspects of abolition, because you do not have control of your bodies.
You want another egg?
Over deciding if, when, and how to grow your thing. What do you have control over? The right to not be shot in the street while protesting is the right to bodily autonomy. The right to live through childbirth, that is bodily autonomy. And I think it's really important that we make sure these things are connected, because for too long,
there's been an effort to talk about abortion as this third rail, it's separate, it's different than the kitchen table issues that real Americans are dealing with, as they say. And what they mean by real Americans is they actually mean white middle class people. As if they don't have abortions too, like the rest of us. But it is this class divide and this race divide of trying to make sure that white middle class people have everything they need. And then the rest of us are supposed to just suffer in silence. And that people who need abortion are different than everyone else. Or the people who have trouble affording food for their children are different than everyone else. They just didn't work hard enough. Instead of understanding that low minimum wages, expensive healthcare, expensive housing, all of these things are structural issues that really come into play when you experience a pregnancy and you're wondering,
Did you call the
do I
shelters?
want to? Can I safely? Can I afford to bring a better life into this world?
What I also find interesting is so funny because I just returned back into the country.
Where are you?
After the New Year from Morocco in Africa. And I was just speaking to my sister family, and we were talking about the teas and the teas that
Where are we?
indigenous African women have used for years. And there was a singer and she really enjoyed this tea. And she kept drinking this tea. And the women looking at her like, oh no, you can't, this isn't the tea that you drink. This tea is, you know, with basically an abortion. And so that's must have been good tea, but they had to turn her away from this tea. But it was just so bad. It was just like, oh no, don't drink too much of that. You know, that's a specialty. And this is what this tea is used for. And then I think about the practices here in America for particularly white practicing women who get tubal ligations, which is not a type of abortion, but it is a permanent form of female sterilization that in this culture is allowed. It doesn't have the title of abortion, but it gives these women agency to control pregnancy and their internal rates that is not privy to Black women and women of color. So I think that is really interesting as well. But ladies, can you tell me, why is storytelling itself such a form of literacy, liberation, and resistance?
That is such a beautiful question, and I want to let the queen of abortion storytelling, the Beyonce of abortion storytelling, answer it. But I did want to just share because I'm so glad you brought up this community. And I do feel like one of the most beautiful parts of our book is unearthing the stories around abortion as resistance in the 19th century, 20th century. Because we talk about Oprah and how Oprah went through and Ethiopia and it was brought by enslaved Africans because it could travel well, because it could drive. And people also use it for abortions. The fact that enslaved Black women were truly conquered, were told it was against the law to be conquered, and they cheated to prevent pregnancies from being pregnant and having children, more children for their enslavers. And so there are all of these things that people have looked to the earth, looked to what the earth gives us.
That nature and God provided.
Yes, exactly. And the community around like Oprah and traveling with it, or what the stories from Brazil around Lives of Hostel and how people were visiting the favelas and the people in the favelas were going to local pharmacists to find out which of the medications might help, what might work best to bring their periods back, right? And then came to learn that it was misoprostol, and that's part of the regimen for the two pillars.
Who offered you that? For what car?
And around the world, but people around the world also use misoprostol only, and when that's their only option. But yeah, just like there is this richness around the ways that people for thousands of years have been taking care of themselves, have been taking care of each other. There are also these recipes that are in books that were published by the founders, and when we talk about it, like there is a long history that spans not just the United States but around the world, and those stories are included in the amazing portion as well. But really, our fiance of abortion storytelling, please break it down.
Sure, I'll just quickly say, I think to bring that beautiful history that we wrote about in the book, of people sharing their stories and saying, I don't want to be pregnant anymore, what do I do? And someone points to a granny midwife's house, or says, here, I've got the tea, I'll tell you what to do. To be able to pass that information on is a form of storytelling, particularly at a time when people could not read and it was a crime to be able to read. And that is how we have passed those traditions on for thousands of years. And today, I think about abortion storytelling as this important moment to push back against the stigma and all those who want us to be silent, so that they can continue their path of destruction and oppression. And our stories are that pushback, this resilience against the pressure that they put on us to not talk about what we're experiencing and also our vision for the future. And I think it's really important for folks to share their stories, let other people know they're not alone. It's quite common for us to have abortions, and that you are a safe person to come to should you need an abortion or any other reproductive health care. And I think sharing your story is one of the most powerful things that you can do, particularly in a moment in which we are being forcibly silenced.
Oh, you like that, huh, Pip?
Do you
So
like
loaded.
that? You say thank you, Mommy?
And
You're welcome.
I know
You're
being
welcome.
in
Oh, that's a big one.
Oh, that's a big full
Doesn't
belly.
teach us
That's
how
a big full belly. I can feel that big full belly.
practices.
You like that. You like
And that
that.
there are ways to seek freedom.
Hipsters on
Even
a eggs and cottage cheese
that
diet.
we
That she's
truly
like it a lot. She's
and
like it a lot.
have been
She's giving lots
indoctrinated
of hugs.
into undervaluing.
Whoa.
And
She's
again,
liking
as
much better than
think
dog
about
food. She said we don't
the
actually
nurse
need to get any
population
more dog
in New
food.
York and beyond, because this is not just Chicago,
No, I'm not. I'd only
but
buy.
the impact of
Yeah, I wouldn't buy any of that. I have to go to
of
PetSmart
their
and get.
care and that they are not.
But I
able
put
to
stuff in her
perform
dog food anyways every day because.
the
Doesn't like.
capacity of their work as they should, because we are literally allowing millionaire and billionaire hoarders to absorb resources for health and care is all the more reason why
Yeah, that doesn't seem
there is liberation
practical.
in this space. And until we can
Hippie seemed to get very sick of eating that super
honorably,
food that one time.
socially,
Yeah,
in a nurturing way, bring in children
at Skylar's birthday party. Remember, she threw up and then she
and
was,
instructions.
according to you.
There will always be one liberation. Regina and Renee, I thank you for the work, for the research, for the truth telling.
Yeah, that sounds like you.
That
That
you
sounds like
have
your
been able
voice,
to
not
produce in this book. And can you please tell our audience where they can learn more about the book and you so that they can follow further in your
Thank you so much for having us. We really love talking about not only what's happening with abortion, but also how do we get
Chicken is a dirty
so
bird.
to join us. Our book is called Liberating Abortion, and you can find it at liberatingabortion.org or really
That's what
any
they say.
bookseller.
Did you look up?
You'll visit your local booksellers to keep them in business. They're amazing. You'll find
Did you-
millionaires.
Did you
And we hope they love it because we think it's a
look up all the
that is
housewives of
continuing. And of
Vancouver
course,
or just
we're on Instagram, but we also hope that we'll find you in the
Huh?
streets organizing. And I want to leave all the audience with
how did you happen
this
to see
thought
that?
that everyone loves having had an abortion. If you can hear my voice, you know and love deeply someone who has
Well,
had
don't
an
say
abortion.
anything more.
And if you think
because
you
I'm not
don't, it's
even
because
there.
they haven't felt safe to share that with you. So for those of you who've had abortions, I hope that you can get to a place where you feel like you can share that story with others. And for those who love someone who's had an abortion, I hope you continue to talk about this work in such a loving way that someone gives you the gift of sharing their story with you.
And speaking of which, I want to give real quick to a listening member. And if you email me at frenchie@wbai.org and tell me why this book would be important to you,
It doesn't?
I will be so honored to give this book to you. So, the first 3 emails that I received at frenchie@wbai.org will personally give this book to you. Because we have to do the work and we have to get out the message. And this is part of that process and part of that activism, and it keeps giving. And so that is my promise and commitment today. Because liberation abortion reminds us that abortion has always existed, and what's changed is whether people are allowed to survive it safely. So every Sunday we get through having these pivotal conversations because emotional literacy is key. So I want to thank you both for joining and Regina for joining me this evening. And I want everyone to take care of your heart, take care of your body, and take care of your freedom.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. Knowledge is freedom.
Knowledge is freedom. And again, if you want to email me directly, frenchie@wbai.org, make sure you find Regina Mahone.
Well, actually, in the last episode that I watched,
thank you.
One of them served the other one. And I don't know, it's for some reason for people, it's so hard for them to like not take an envelope handed to them. Because she came in and said she was going to serve her, and then they walked out. And they would like they were like making a whole deal about they kicked them out because they were saying that. Because they had already sent her a letter saying that they wanted to serve her or whatever. And then they walked out, the shop owner and her daughter, and then they came back in, and then they handed her the envelope and she took it. You have to really, if someone's telling you they're gonna serve you, you have to really like remember not to take an envelope that's handed to you.
give it up. What I need right now is some good advice. Please, Papa, don't preach. I'm in trouble deep. I've been losing sleep, but I made up my mind. I'm keeping my baby.
Support for WBAI comes in part from NYC Care. Did you know that if you live in New York City, you have access to low or no-cost health care? NYC Care includes primary and preventative care, medications, mental health services, and more, regardless of your immigration status or ability to pay. For more information to enroll or renew your NYC Care membership, can be found at nyccare.nyc or at 646-692-2273. NYC Care in New York City. Healthcare is for everyone.
This is Julia Summers. You're listening to WBAI New York. Stay strong and keep it simple.
And as Julia Son just said, it is WBAI New York. Just 2 seconds, 7 p.m. Talk out of school. Stand by.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lainey Hinkson. Welcome to our show, Talk Out of School, on WBAI Radio 99.5 FM and WBAI.org, where we focus on issues affecting our public schools here in New York City, the state level, and nationally. Our show is also available for download as a podcast. An issue of great concern to many parents, students, and teachers is the rapid growth of artificial intelligence programs used in our schools here in New York City and nationally. Rebecca Winthrop is a senior fellow and the director at the Center for Universal Education at the Brookings Institution. She's also the co-author of a very comprehensive and intriguing report on the use of AI in education, which warns that at this point, the risks of using AI in education outweigh its benefits because of its potential negative impact on learning, student privacy, safety, social-emotional development, and trust. Rebecca is reaching us all the way from Davos, Switzerland. Thank you so much for taking
the new tell what a right or wrong answer is, and a student can walk through and figure out what they're right. A little decision tree. And is generate new ideas. The written word. Generative AI. Other generative
We having a soup party again? I auditioned for this thing. And I guess they didn't accept me. I guess they didn't take me. I can't believe it.
with research tech with experts in our case, those global experts, both background, gender, you know, type of a thing. So, in a lot of different is if you want to or something when the field do they need who they are not visually active they're there see where the out and that is done to your report. Some of the people who are feedback.
9 years ago, that's when I was doing radio. I learned from Instagram memories. Were there? Yeah.
Sharing your there. The other, standing. Really good. Learning. What's like critical support? Delivering it. Education. Social media and how long do the homework for because they hey, and unfortunately, is being used very, very broadly and commonly. Yeah. Yeah. Some and one by one. The reason we said that the state how many the very benefits that generative AI will offer.
Is that relevant or don't? What's that about?
that is required. And the material, understand an argument, or a has to do with your writing. Also, on the material, your your mind. Simply doing how you're writing one way, really. This long term study looking at, measuring the level of the and we came out that vocabulary of much more similar. Generative AI is making people come up with the exact same similar types of in sort of collective ideas, which is scary for a population. We don't want less diversity of ideas, in terms of creative new ideas for solutions. We need lots and lots of creative different ideas. Yeah, in fact, it's kind of scary to think that these algorithms may be pushing people towards group thinking. In a sense, taking away their individuality, away their critical thinking, and their individual.
Hit me! Hey, stop it! No.
Own experience, and instead rely
No. Don't do that. No.
Do you know what I mean? That everybody has their own perspectives and their own context. If they don't do it themselves.
No, no, no. No, Mel. You have to fool your sister. No, that's very not good. You can't do that. You're gonna really have to figure out what to do. You can't do that. Doesn't matter how much work you have. You can grab onto her fur. Just chilled and didn't go running after her. She comes up to you and wants to play with you. But you just go, she runs away from you because you chased her so often. You gotta let her be the one. And you can't forcibly keep her near you. You can't do that. That's rude. That's very rude. I never saw you do that.
gosh, my mom was so whatever, she's such a hard ass or something like that. They act maybe they better than say, it's good, I don't know what to put up with this, but whereas an actual friend would say, yeah, what's with you, it's not a big deal. A lot of time, you spend a lot of time developing your social and emotional muscles with a non-human.
She was basically saying that basically saying have 3.5%
And
you were a non-violent protester. You is very hard not to go unnoticed.
Experience to be stripped away. Right, right. And it's also talking to AI companions. It's that they are some interaction. AI, but not every kid in middle school is touching. This is informative, and we're measuring sea level. You know,
who are they have troubles, and have, disciplinary, and they're putting all their feelings, thoughts, personal information in there, and it's not protected. If unless you have an enterprise account from some of the large, large companies who say they, protect it and don't share it and it doesn't go in the training data, it's out there. And so the data privacy piece is very worrisome. And kids don't understand that. Many people don't understand that, including families, and often they put really private information out there. So data privacy is a big worry. Another big worry is data breaches. One of the examples I remember, just to give a concrete example, looking at this was a case in Nevada, I can't remember, was it 2 years ago, something like that, that a hacker had gotten into the school district and had gotten all the individual IEPs, all the individualized education plans of the kids in the district.
The commercial curriculum. Even when they do not data, very hard to kind of oversight and enforcement to see that that's true. And I recently read about rich chat, but OpenAI, and they finally got the court to order thousands of
We just developed a sort of FERPA compliance tool for teachers. Made it to your point, but between sort of traditional and all this stuff, page online, use it, and stuff, and they're really angry. The general purpose technology. Stuff that's on the internet. There is a lot of terrible stuff on the internet. So we should not be surprised if all terrible bias and discrimination show up. Here's one colleague just comparing. They're not exactly the same how they used to. I would say Claude from Anthropic is the most careful. Short little let's just surround you. And then so that would be completely different than essay. The one is a different.
We've been listening to all this. What's your thoughts? You like this?
And no respect. Yeah. Teachers are often overburdened and their class sizes are too big and their teaching load is too big and they have too many responsibilities. And yet, even when students understand expectations,
I miss that.
student relationship. And yet,
No, Bippy? No. Bippy, that's not how you treat your sister. Good girl. No, don't do that. No.
know the Trump administration has released proposals that would cut funding to states that attempt to create their own regulations and guardrails.
narrow, where you can't, that's just very helpful. They're there interacting. That information, and there's a number of conversations underneath this, shipping what we do as an education community. Not just your because knowledge is power. When kids understand what it is, where data even comes from, how data, the model could be, all this stuff, it's really quite powerful. In addition to how create, use it to their ends, their own ends that they want. Really about making sure that these technology do their part and incorporate control our way around. Safe and secure. And we did spend a lot of time media, but these are not things there are many therapies use generative AI too much, and they literally need themselves for themselves. These cases, Adam Rain, tragic, asking PT for homework help. And then it just got deeper and deeper and deeper. And literally the chatbot coached him. I coached him, told him how to tie the knot. I mean, it's horrific. So there's a lot of sort of government that do have to regulate. And we're not in a place where it appears that there's lots of interest in regulating the tech company that will one part out in the executive order that the Trump administration said, which I'm not. So far, more than 30 states have put out their own guidance.
Shaking? You know what it is? No, I agree. We don't need that freaking right now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Please don't work on it. Yeah? No.
A number of them talk about privacy.
No. Really?
Learning to be serious.
This could be made on.
But one of the things we recommend in the report is that states can band together and come up with procurement criteria, use their purchasing power, and say, hey, we only want all of us, all 50 states, or even if it's 30 states, we only want to buy AI, generative AI, learning assistant programs and tools if it meets this criteria. And I would say, we put some proposed criteria out there, but this would have to be generated by governors and state leaders and
secretaries of education, but they certainly could. And there's a suite of things that you could require companies to do, and I actually think companies would prefer that because then they have one set of criteria they need to design for.
So given all the potential risks that your report lays out very convincingly, shouldn't we actually be proposing that schools stop using AI until these rigorous guidelines and guardrails are enacted and enforced?
It's a good question, and I do think I said we should, as one superintendent told me, go slow to go fast. Do not jump in and just procure the first thing you see just to try. If you want to try get get ready to think about how they a lot of it's on it, make sure you got products, and then we'll see what we do everywhere.
Thank you so much. So I really appreciate
When people you're continue to use that one of our things well, before
I put links to the full and the one to and I think are really saying so you can absorb it.
I saw.
Podcast if you missed the live version or want to recommend it to a friend. You can find it at Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. But if you go to Simplecast, you can also find links to important information, including the Brookings AI report and fact sheets that Rebecca mentioned on the show. Also, please consider becoming a member
Where's the bomb? What happened to the bomb? Dipper? Dipper, stop. Stop it. Hey, stop. No. You want to go upstairs? You're going to go upstairs now. You're going to go upstairs. I'm going in timeout.
Shows. Former principal, Georgia Ellis, Howard McNear, Carl. Right. They were so natural. Story about ascensions, keeping the Charlie Bear, and Charlie Bear plays the father. Plays the picture of Willis Ford. So Charlie Bear, by the way, just like how so in Griffith, people a lot. And also one other thing about Harley Bear, also people we are the young escape. You were alone. Invisible thing, loathsome thing, from which you escape. Escape, produced by William N. Roach, carefully contrived to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high affection. The escape of London, it's just off high. Our love. And the new night he's not straight. Some occurrence. I will find it too.
Who is Tom Does Time?
By a pointed black goatee. Yes, that's right. Yes. I told you that anthropologist, philosopher, what everybody deserves. It appears it does so tonight. You find out why an otherwise normal colleague find the children.
Cheers.
See, that didn't sound like him.
I'm reaching at St. Saviour's that night, just around the corner. Not even around 2 weeks. Good night, sir. If I get we climb the stairs. A large gray
Yeah. Wait a second. I guess I'm a trump. Gonna be good. How did you get that? That was pretty good. I think I carried it despite, yes. What was that thing? Uh-huh. Yes, but I did good.
some days of mine are guilty. You're a true I saw you across the street in the park. What is that song? Now, where's the house?
Pippi. Pippi? No, please. Pippi. Pipper. Pipper. You are just a bad girl. You're just bad to the bone. What are we gonna do with you? Didn't I just pee? Why do I feel like I have to pee? Oh, this is only 7 hours. Ugh.
I'd say he's just being as foolish as a parent usually is. You scared. You